MNTS,
DTSS,
IREN, MNTS, MNTS,
UNCY,
VRME,
OPTT,
VRME, VRME, VRME,
After U.S. capture, Well, good morning, everybody. Hopefully everyone had a good weekend. How we doing? Hopefully everyone had a good one. Go grab my hat in a minute. We'll get you some levels here. Got the live stream up and rolling. Got a few tickers on watch. Nice double top right there from MNTS. So MNTS, nice double top. You can see the nice little U shape. A lot of the time when you see this bull flag, forms a nice good upper shadow when we kind of U shape on around. Typically you look for a double top there. This one I would be careful with for the double top area, but this looks good. You like the bull flag, squeezes up, one last little spike up, and we kind of U-shape back on around. I see this typically, like here's a good example again. Big upper shadow, kind of U-shape back up on around. We might even see it here. That was a decent example here on JCSE, whatever. JCSE almost did it. It was a little bit higher this time around, but I'm noticing that for the double tops. Now, then on the third touch, of course, breakout, you'd want to be very careful there if it did pop up, because then it could squeeze and go for more, especially with this higher low pattern that it's forming right now on MNTS. But this is really all we're looking at. The tickers I alerted out there for you guys just a few minutes ago. Last week runner Sid U SOPA still on watch today. New runners would be DVLT, JCSC, GHRS, CBLL, and MNTS, with MNTS really taking most of the mob. Let's get into levels here for the morning alerts. Good morning, everyone. Hopefully you had a great weekend. Back at it here. Took Friday off the last couple of Fridays there. Had a good 4-day weekend. Flew right on by. And here we are back at it. Money Monday. MNTS, your new ticker with the mob. We do have a few other tickers that are up today. We'll go through the levels here. But as of right now, MNTS and that double top we just had at 950 was by far the only trade I've really seen over the last 30 minutes since I've been in the office, which was right around, I was kind of going back and forth over the last half hour of MNTS and JCSE. JCSE seemed to have it from 8 to 8:30. And then from 8:30 into 9 a.m. Eastern, MNTS has it. And they're almost doing the same thing. Spike up, U-shape around, double top in a way, and then fade back down and don't do a lot. Well, MNTS isn't there, but that's what JCSE did. Went up, U-shaped around, failed again, came down, and now it's just been sitting in the 130s for the past half hour. Let's get through some levels on the plays. All right, so MNTS, nice 950 double top resistance. Over that, we have past chart history resistance. As this play, another 52-week low play that we're looking at, has really strong resistance starting at around 1020 area. 1020, very strong resistance into around 1050. Now, if we get over that, watch for a pop up to around 1150. And over 1150, this could really take off and make a move up to 1220 area to 1230. Over that, then we run up to around 1330. So you can see those 1320, the 1220, the 1020, that 20-30 cent mark is usually pretty prevalent when it comes to these small cap tickers. Now on the way down, of course, you could see another possible bounce at 790. That would be your play on the way down, watching for one more dip by at 790, just like we had a reversal at 850. Watch for another dip off of that 790 mark, and that would be your next trade possibly coming up under 790 though. Watch for this to fade back. Could come all the way down to Sunday's high, the movement on Sunday we had yesterday, and pre-market high, which is right around 7. Menta. I meant to put S. All right, over to another play that's, again, I just talked about with JCSE. Going to have some strong resistance starting around 160 into 175. That pre-market high double top, of course. Then you have the 180. You go back in past chart history over the last few months. Really the last almost 52 weeks here, but I'm just going back the last 6 months. Into last May, 160 into 180, very strong resistance there, and I doubt she gets over it. And you can go back 52 weeks, as I went back to the last full year, and that's the 52-week high as well, that 175 area. Now, if we do somehow get over that, watch for a pop-up to around the 210 mark, then 250. Over that could see the 320s. Now, way back on down, there's really no other support to be had except for 120. 120 support, pre-market support bottom if you're looking for a dip. GHRS is up today, out flat to the right. Had a couple of bull flags. This one is extended and now elongated really tight. So watch for a crack back under 1860 for the move down to around 1770 to 1760. And then under that we go down to around 1720. Under 1720 back down to 1635. On the way up, we do have this downtrend, this wedge we're forming right now. Resistance on the way up over it will start at around 1935. Over 1935, watch for a spike into around 20 to 2020. That pre-market high at 2020 will be strong. Over 2020, let's go back in time here and try to find something. We have 2050 as your 52-week high. That is your high if you've been over the last few years here. So over 2050, this has that shot to be that maybe that new runner in the new year to get going for us. Over 2050, watch for a spike up to 2350. Over that to 25, and over that then to 27. Over 27 could see the move to 30. GHRS to me has the move today has the potential for the move today to be very big. The other one today that could get crazy, Supernova, is going to be CBLL. CBLL is definitely going to have a spread to it so far this morning. It doesn't have any volume, but the spread on it is right around 90 cents. Over 28 in pre-market high. This has room to run. We are at 52-week high at that moment. Over that, watch for a move over pre-market high to 30 and over 30 to 32.75. Over 32.75, that's your 3-year high. Actually, that is your all-time high. So 32.75 breaks. This play could really get going crazy as well with that spread. Could see CBLL go bananas. And again, you know the levels. We've seen a lot of these plays recently. So 35, 37.15 to 38.75, 40 resistance. Over that, usually if it's a play like this, it hasn't been in this area for a while. Over 40, we know it's probably going to hit 50. So this is your other play that could really fly today. Your other new mover of the day is going to be DVLT. DVLT has 140 pre-market high. This is more of a barcode stock. Doesn't have a lot of movement or room to run most days. Over that pre-market high, which I see past chart history at 140 to 145. Resistance over that to 160 to 165. Over that to 175 and over 175 to 195 for DVLT. Could see that maybe by end of day. Has been a multi-day runner here recently. Support down low at 120. Under 120, watch for the crack back down to around 110. Under 110 to around $1. Last week's runner, SOPA, is still on watch here in my opinion. So SOPA, SOPA here, had the nice good run up there. Was it Friday after Christmas? And the day I was not live. Then last Monday we had continuation from it through the rest of the week. For the most part, Tuesday through Friday, though, it set sideways. Consolidating. With support down low at $3. $3 into around $2.85. Under $2.85, we go down to $2.65. Under that, down to $2.35. On the way up, strong resistance is at $3.65. If we break that, watch for move up to around $4. Strong resistance, pre-market high on Tuesday, high of day on Wednesday, right at $4. Over that, then we go to Friday's high of day of right around $4.40 to $4.45. Over that, we go to $5. And the other play would be SID-U. Multi-day runner here as well, coming up from last week. SID-U, go back in time here a little bit. Yeah, that was right. I was trying to see when this first popped up. SID-U first popped up right around the Monday before Christmas. It was really the Friday before Christmas. Then ran on Monday, which we labeled out the bounce area on SID-U, and we nailed that right around 210, 205, whatever it was. I have that labeled. And it continued to kind of run over the last couple of weeks, really. So, on the way down today, and this could be that hangover type of play, SID-U, watch this back under 5. Under 5, we really have nothing to hold us up until Friday's high of day and after hours and high of day in market, which is right around 460 into the 445 mark. So this is high watch for a hangover at the bell under 5 for a short. On the way up, we have continuation. We've got to clear 550. Over 550, we go to pre-market high in 585. Over 585, this is at a play that has been continuing up at a 52-week high right now. And over that mark in pre-market high of 585, watch for a spike up. We actually saw this run just over a year ago to end 2024, and it ran up to 675. So over 585, watch for a pop up today to 675. Over that to 765. So you go back to the very end of last year on December the 16th. We had with us when this place started and started running right before Christmas and ran till the beginning of the year, and then it just died off. So it had a 2-week stretch just like it did last year. It just started a week earlier. So know that Sid U's run most likely is coming to an end soon. It's not copying, pasting. Copy text. Why is not copying? What's going on here? Trying to copy and paste what I'm putting over in the Discord over here, and it's like acting weird, not letting me. Okay, let's just try to do one at a time. What the fuck is going on? It's not letting me copy and paste here onto YouTube. I have no idea why. I'll refresh YouTube. Let me see what's going on here. There we go. Well, all right, those are small cap tickers. That's it for the day. And now we may get some other hangover plays that, you know, pop up from last night. Hangover plays, but plays that I'm not paying attention to that may crack down and crash from last week. And we may get new plays out of nowhere, and that's usually generally the best plays that I've noticed here run recently are the plays that pop up after the bell. Usually we find a play after the bell the past 3-4 weeks. It seems like all of December we were having that. Of course, last week there wasn't much trading for myself, but from what I remember and what I have noticed over the past month or so, really the November-ish into December, and really was a theme throughout December for myself, was waiting for a play to pop up at the bell. It took the mob and get a bounce play. Got a new one here. SMXT started spiking up. What's the news on this? 158 million. Okay, cool. Battery play. Last new one there that did pop up at the top of the hour is SMXT. SMXT. Only reason I think this will go because SMX is in the name. Does have a good PR. It's okay. Down below support, we're trying to build in right now at 130. Under 130, support is at 110. On the way up here, we just ran into 150. Pre-market high is 150. Over that, watch for spike to 185 into 195. Over that, then we have room to 225. Over 225, we have room to 245. And over that, then to 265. Lines from past chart history. This ran back in August. August the 5th, this actually ran, when I was at the, this actually ran when I was at the seminar, the AKNR, my AKNR that I had in Dallas. If I'm not mistaken, this was that first Monday. This was the stock that ran that week, or Tuesday. Maybe it ran on that Tuesday, but it did run back in August. All right, sweet. All right, let's get into large caps. Large caps, large caps, large caps. Here we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Large caps. Time to get those rolling. MNTS forming super tight flag wedge. All right, so here I'll give you one last little small cap update into the bell. This will be your small cap update, what to trade at the bell. Look for SMXT possibly, because SMX is in the name. You know, of course, that's another reason why this could possibly run. If you remember what SMX did before Thanksgiving and through December 4th, had some spikes. Now that literally SMX is in the ticker of SMXT, so could steal that mob and be the runner today. Of course, if you do see what it did back in August, it had a pretty good run that day. Other than that, your other play is going to be MNTS. Those are your two sub, or I say sub $10, but true small cap tickers. SMXT and MNTS. MNTS is forming a super duper tight flag right now. So watch that to break out over 950. I really like the short right around 1020 into 1050. That also would then make 950 a good bounce play for MNTS. Other than that, like I said, watch for your supernova possibilities from GHRS and CBLL. Those are my main tickers I'll be looking at into the opening bell, and then see if other ones like JCSC, SOPA, SID, do anything for the day. By the way, MNTS super tight flag. Sneeze or squeeze. Squeeze or sneeze coming in soon. All right, got to get to the large caps here. Let's get it going, get it going. Any questions, any stocks you guys want to go over, let me know. As always, I'm here to help you guys out. Apple. Boy, looking at large caps, wacky day on Friday. Some plays up and then down. Some plays up and away. Some plays down and now back up like the SPY. SPY, here we go with levels. Still, like I figured, 700 coming in, but who knows when. It's not, in my opinion, even going to happen this week. Now, unless we do have a crazy big green day somewhere along the lines, which could happen. On the way up today, 685.85 resistance on the way up. That's going to be resistance from pre-market on Friday and Friday's high of day. 685.85 will be my normal high of day. Ultimate high of day over 85.85. Watch for move up to 87.35. Over 87.35, we go up to 88, 688. Over 688, watch for a spike in the last Tuesday's high of day of 688.55. And I'm going to go 688.55, which is last Tuesday's high, into last Monday's high, which is just right around 689, is your ultimate high of day. Now down below for support, old resistance should become new support right around 585.50. Under that, we go down to 585. Under 585, my favorite support for the day is right around 584.50. If we crack that, watch for a move down to 584. 584, normal low of day. Under 584, watch for a crack back down to 582.50 for your ultimate low of day. Cooker, I'll get you some water in a minute. You're being very good. Being very good. I'll get you some water in a minute. Hold on, sugar pants. Rue, my ladder. Shepherd beside me is like doing like the dad, I want some water. I know, get you some water in a minute. Apple is one of the plays I'm talking about. What happened on Friday with Apple? Apple was barely moving. We're talking $1, $2 days at most. Go back and look how tight some of these days are. Like Friday before or Friday after Christmas. Friday after Christmas, we barely even moved. I mean, last Tuesday, last Wednesday, barely moved. And then look at Friday. Whoa. Wow, Apple. Just, again, don't day trade Apple. Now, one play that did move up out of its gross wedge that had been in for so long was Google or AMD. AMD was so tight. Before Christmas, I think the last good day was the Friday before Christmas, Friday the 22nd. Then, or Friday, I should say the 19th, Friday the 19th. Since the 22nd of December, we have been ugly. Now, maybe today we get pretty again, hopefully, possibly. We'll go to support on the way down at first, support on the way down. For AMD, AMD 229.20. Under that, watch for a crack down to 227.20. Under 227.20, we go down to 226.20. 226.20, normal low of day. Ultimate low of day then goes down to 225.35. And under that, we'll get a good crack back down to 223.20. 223.20, 223, normal or ultimate low of day. On the way up, 230.45 resistance, pre-market high. If we get over that, watch for a spike up today to 234.75. There's really not a lot of resistance to hold this down. That'll be my normal high of day, and I like AMD for the spike here at the bell. Over 34.75, your ultimate high of day takes it up to 237.35. BABA finally out of its grossness as well. Thought it was going to crack back under 144, 145 area. I kept talking about that, and it never did. It actually bounced off of it Wednesday and came flying up in after hours through Friday. Crazy big move there. On the way down today, 155 support. If it cracks that, watch for a move down to 153. 153, normal low of day. Ultimate low of day then goes down to 152. Maybe a hair below it for your ultimate low of day. On the way back on up, strong resistance is at high of day from Friday of 156.60. 156.60 breaks, watch for a move up to 157.50. Sunday's high, pre-market high, normal high of day. Ultimate high of day over that 57.50 mark. Watch for a move back up to 59. 159, ultimate high of day for BABA. Be another one with a crazy big move. Bounced off a line that I have around $85 on Wednesday and went skyrocketing through Friday. So these kind of plays back to back, very similar out of all the lines that I had. On the way up today, over 10, we'll call it 104. Watch for a spike up to 106.90, 107, normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day goes to 109. On the way down, major support at 100. If we crack that, watch for a move down to 98.75. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day then goes down to 96.85 to 96.50. For your ultimate low of day. Google is the one that's still stuck in its channel. Very ugly, very ugly. I would leave Google alone. Meta had the big crack back on Friday, kind of getting back out of its range. I talked about that back under 655 was a trade. You can go back and listen to the last day I alerted Meta, and I said, hey, over 670 something, watch for the breakout under 655 for the short. Well, we got that short, went all the way down to 645 on Friday. Now for levels for today. On the way down, support's going to start at right around 649 to 648.75 roll. Under that, then we go down to 647. Under 647, we go down to Friday's low right around 645.65. Normal low of day, Friday's low. Ultimate low of day, watch for a crack of that to go down to 640 to 639. Ultimate low there. On the way up, resistance from the reversal on Friday right around 653.70 and a 654.20. That's last Monday's low of day as well. That'll be my normal high of day, right around 654. Ultimate high of day pushes back up to 656 to 657, somewhere in there for your ultimate high of day. I say that it probably starts to get, even though we had that big move Friday, I think we just chop around and form another channel back down below like we just did in the previous couple of weeks. All right, continue through the grind here, and NVDA was another one of those ones that I was going through and putting all the tickers in. Had a weird, wacky day on Friday, if I'm not mistaken here. Oh, no, yeah, it was weird, wacky, but we are moving our way back up out of possible resistance, which to me is going to be right at Friday's high of day, which is also the Friday before's high of day, the Friday after Christmas, which is right around 192.65. Over 192.65. Over 192.65, 192.50 area, which will be... I want to say my normal high of day for NVDA here. Ultimate high of day goes up to 193.50, and over that then up to 195.50. 195.50, have a line in there. Ultimate high of day. Friday's high, last Friday's high, normal high of day. On the way down, support for NVDA right around 190.50 to 190.20. Under that, watch for a crack down to 189.25. Under 189.25, which will be, yeah, one more level down. Under that, you go down to 188.60. 188.60 to 188.30. Normal low of day. Ultimate low of day then goes down to 187.50 for NVDA. Over to PLTR. Nice tight movement from a big dump on Friday back on down to the 160. So, I mean, again, it was up at 198, essentially 200 for a great breakout squeeze the Monday before Christmas. Looking at 200 again, now all the way back down 165, 166 on Friday. Really tight, though, this morning. Underneath the 173 support, watch for a good short. I like PLTR under 173 for a short. This will be on watch for me today at the bell. Under 173, watch for move down to 170.85 area. Then under that, then we go down to 169.50. 169.50, normal low of day. Ultimate low of day, watch for a move then down to 167 area. 167, I have a line in at 167.70. It held that for the most part on Friday. Did get a little bit lower. So I'm going to say somewhere right around there, ultimate low of day. Now on the way up, we have a little bit of a downtrend, so watch for a move over 175.20 for the breakout. It goes to 176 to 176.20. You then run into last Wednesday's low of day at 177.20 after that. So that's why I don't like the long as much as the short. Short has some more freedom on the way down. 177.20, 177.30, Wednesday's low of day of last week, your normal high of day. Ultimate high of day then goes up to 178.75 roll. Maybe a hair over it for your ultimate high of day. Ho, 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 ho. And there she goes, called it. MNTS, there you go. There we go, team. Called it right there. MNTS, bam, whammy. I don't know if you got the breakout there on MNTS. Broke the downtrend, squeezed up. Third touch breakout. There we go on the way up there for MNTS. Hopefully you guys did get the long. When you see those flags that are super duper tight like that, and I mean when they are that tight, you see the wedge forming, getting tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter there, you know you need to see, wait for a play, or a play's coming soon is my point. Wait, have patience. You know when you see a flag that tight, it is going to most likely pop and pop really soon. And then you get a good move out of it as well. So MNTS, notice those flags when they get tighter and tighter and tighter, especially when they're right there at the VWAP. So if you have the flag, you have my live stream, come on over, check it out. That flag was right there at the WAP. So that sneeze or squeeze was going to be even more, it's going to be bigger is my point. All right, let's go back to large caps here. We'll go over to the Qs, over to the Qs, over to the Qs. Same look as Fridays as a SPY here on the way up. Resistance, we're at it right now, right around last Monday's low, right around 618.75 roll. If we move over that, watch for a spike up to 619.50. Over 619.50, we go to 620. Over 620, watch for a move to 620.30. 620.30 area, normal high of day. Ultimate high of day goes back over 622 to around 622.20. 622.20, last Tuesday's high to Friday's high of 622.80, ultimate high of day. On the way down, support's going to be right around Wednesday's low, 616.50. Under 616.50, watch for a move down to 615.50, and under that down to 614.85. Sunday's low, pre-market low, normal low of day, 614.85. Big reversal there from Friday as well, right at power hour. So if we do crack that, watch for a move down to 612.50, ultimate low of day there. Tesla's super tight, just like MNT or just like PLTR. So PLTR super tight this morning. So is Tesla. Tesla back over 446.40, 446.40. Watch for a breakout to 448.20. Over that to 449.30. This is a lot like PLTR on the way up. Kind of running into some levels, but it's a little bit flatter. So this could squeeze really nicely in about 5 minutes into that 449, 449.20 mark. Over that, then watch for a move, which is the low of day from Wednesday. Then you move into the major support from after hours on Wednesday or Tuesday into Wednesday's major support through pre-market in the bell. We didn't crack off until power hour, which the support's at 452.20. 452.20 normal high of day. Ultimate high of day goes to the top side of that channel on Wednesday, right around 455 to 455.50. On the way down, support double bottom 443.40. If that cracks, watch for a short down to 441.40. Under 441.40, which will be my normal low of day, watch for a crack down to 437.50 area. Ultimate lows there. Well, for small caps at the bell, I think we know right now it's MNTS took the mob. MNTS with that super tight flag, and now that old resistance at around 950 plus is trying to become support. Did not pop up enough for us to trust that bounce play. I wanted to move to around 1020 to 1030. Hold that for like we're doing right now, where the bottom of the channel is right around 10. So we're holding a tight flag from 10 to around 1020, 1030, 1040. Getting that short, because I wanted to get a short around 1030. And then get the move back down. Take the support bounce, or I should say, or take profit of that reversal at 950 area, because then I was going to go long around 950s into 920s. But now it's not. It didn't build that perfectly for me, you know. So now the bounce play, in my opinion, is back on that trend line. Bounce play to me is back around 875 rolling to the VWAP. So let 950 go. I wanted it to spike to around 1020 to 1030, 1040. Hold a channel like we are right now, but up there above 10. Take that short from around 1030s area back down. Then right now we'd be taking some profit as we hit the 960s, 950s. Then looking for the bounce play at 950 to 930s. Old resistance, new support. And again, it just didn't push up high enough for me to trust that bounce play. You go look at bounce plays from early in the day from MNTS. We went to 950, came down and bounced it into 790. Okay, that's a $1.50, $1.60 reversal. And went from 950 down to around 820. So we know if we're going to get good bounce plays, which both of those did return good bounce plays back up of 50 plus cents or more, well, then we're going to need a $1 plus reversal. So right now, 5 days right around 10 to 990, 10, we'll call it 10. Well, we know we need a pullback of $1, if not even a little bit more, right? So that would take it down to around the 875 roll in the VWAP. That's the only play I see as of right now, waiting for the next mob mover. Is MNTS got the mob right now? We'll see who takes it next. And that'll be the next play that I look to trade. Right now, it's going to be MNTS for the bounce play off of the 875 area. Other than that, sit back, wait, and watch to see exactly who has the mob once the bell comes. And then for large caps, not even a question for me at this point what to trade at the bell. Of course, Tesla's already getting that pop, so boom, there goes Tesla for you. There's your squeeze on Tesla, and it's going right up to my target. So let's see if PLTR does the same. Now, PLTR may go up at the bell and may not go down. And if it goes up at the bell, well, that just negates, of course, the short. But and usually most times, even later in the day. We're not getting that, oh, it's coming back down. What about the short now, AK? Usually it's not going to be as good if we pop up. We want the short closer to the opening bell rather than it pops up and then now it's coming back down 30, 45 an hour later, right? So for large caps, Tesla was the first one. It already happened. PLTR is the other one that I'd sit back and wait on. Of course, if you did listen to all my levels there, I did like AMD as well for that pop-up at the bell. So those are my favorite plays. AMD over 2, at least for what's remaining. Tesla, count it out. Already happened. Next is AMD over 230.50 for the squeeze. PLTR under 173. All right, there we go, team. There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. Any tickers you guys want me to break down, let me know, let me know, let me know. Tesla's already working. Tesla's already working. 950 bounce actually worked out there. Old resistance, new support actually is working out there at 950 there. There is the opening bell. There is the opening bell there, team. There she goes. There she blows. There she goes. So sit back, wait and watch here for, to me, I got AMD on watch, and I've got PLTR on watch right now. So AMD's on watch. AMD's already kind of happening right now. So AMD, if you're looking for that, already sort of happening. Looking for PLTR here. If we're going to do PLTR, we'll be doing Friday's expiration date. Whatever has the most open interest, which is the 175 calls, 175 puts, I should say. 175 puts have a lot of open interest. So do the 165 puts right now. They have a lot of open interest as well. Or you can just do shares, although we're bouncing right off of that line. All right, let me go grab a hat real quick, team. Oh, and look at MNTS, that 950 old resistance, new support. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Oh, and you got to love it when it smacks you in the face there, as MNTS does. Old resistance, new support at 950. As I'm sitting there talking about, well, I'm not going to take it. And I was like, I don't think this, and I really didn't think it was going to work out. I thought it was going to barely bounce up, go back up to 10, and fail over hard. Well, of course, it has the mob. There's nothing else moving at the bell. Squeeze the new high of day. Makes me want to just, oh, gosh, I can't even believe it. Oh, MNTS. So MNTS has the mob. Bounce play now is going to be back down around the $10 mark if this holds up properly. There we go. Got everything pulled up. Let me go to hat real quick, team. Let me go to hat real quick, and I'll be right back with the camera on. Hat on, camera on, coming up next. I'll be right back in here. No trades from me. MNTS by far the best mover there. Downtrend break from the squeeze, 875 roll up, essentially a $2 move. Now we got the bounce play, old resistance, new support. That $10 area to 950 is going to be the support as of right now. I'll be right back. right, we're back at it. Here we go. Good to go here now, team. Sid U with the great move of the day. I missed this. Of course, jump out of the office there. I did alert this to you guys. Watch this for a hangover play. I bet Kevin Avery is banking on this. You know, these don't happen all the time. They're usually slow and steadier on the hangover plays, but oh my, what a move. Called it out on AMD to you guys as well. Said AMD over that, unfortunately, was a straight move up and straight move back on down. So you saw that up and then right back on down. And then Tesla, as I talked about to you guys, was absolutely money as well. Looking for that to squeeze. The only play that didn't do anything out of the opening bell, which I was hoping it would give that squeeze, or that nasty crash back on down through here, did not give it to us there for PLTR. Just did not get the move we wanted from it, unfortunately. The moves came from the other tickers I didn't want to look at trading. Sid U, this is absolutely a dump. Absolutely a dump. Sid U, absolutely gorgeous. So those are the kind of the moves out of the bell right there. You have any questions, any stocks you guys want to look at, let me know. Don't have anything I like as of right now. The two plays, one happened before the bell, Tesla, and then Sid U. Those are the two better plays of the morning so far. Of course, we know MNTS was a good squeeze as well. That downtrend break, it's getting tighter and tighter and tighter there, this higher low pattern. Nice, good breakout there from around the 875 roll all the way up now to 1170. So that is a $3 breakout there from MNTS from that alert to you guys that the play was getting tighter and tighter and tighter. Sid U could be another great short if this does decide to pop back on up. I don't know that it does. Could be even here coming up soon. Could be a good bounce play off of this low from this low area. The high, it's not true high and lows, but the original high that was made on Wednesday of last week, and the support from Friday right around 370. You know, we're probably on our way down to it at this point, which is just, and I don't want to chase this short. Absolutely makes me want to cry how much this play has dumped down. Gee golly. That hurts. I will say right there on Sid U, calling that out and that becoming a beautiful hangover play right there. Absolutely gorgeous from Sid U. We are good. We're good. All right, we good. Bounce play for Tesla would be back right around the, I doubt we're going to get it, somewhere right around 448 to 448.50 area. So could get a short there possibly from, or a bounce play, I should say, a long from Tesla. Could get a long play from Tesla there. Bounce play potential for MNTS. Orders in for myself from 950s up to 10. So look and see if we get filled here for MNTS coming up soon. And it may stop before we get there. It may hit like this upper shadow right around 1010. I want this area right here for the dip buy. You know, 997 down to around 950s, somewhere in here. This 40-50 cent area. It may try to bounce before that, though. This is the demand zone I like, though, for MNTS, right around 990s and around 950s. I'm going to start putting orders in right now. All right, got my orders in there, team. Let's see if we get filled. The low so far on that dip buy was at 1016 so far. Let's wait to see this comes down a little bit lower. Nothing moving in the small cap space at all. Nothing moving in the small cap space at all here. It's the only mover as of right now. Truly the only mover as of right now. Let's go back to... Got a little movement from INBS, so INBS was another good mover here out of the gate. So INBS did pop up here. INBS did pop up here out of the gate. INBS did pop up here out of the gate. Bounce play for INBS, I'd be careful because the VWAP caught the play, but I have a line here at 950. I kind of like that too on the chart. Little mid to low nines, 920, 940, 930 area. Is the only thing moving right now is MNTS. Whoa. There we go. Was my mic off there? I think my mic was off there for a minute. I think I muted myself. Questions you guys have? Any stocks you want to go over, let me know. MNTS is it for me. This is the only trade I'm looking to get filled on right now. MNTS. Currently in 500 shares at 987. So MNTS, I'm currently in 500 shares at 987. That's all I was filled so far. 500 shares at 987 so far is all I've been filled. All right, let's see if we get filled any more right here. It's bouncing off my support area. Again, I have orders all the way down into 957. 957 is my lowest order for a dip buy. Any questions you guys have? Any stocks you guys want to go over? There's the dip off the VWAP. So we are holding the VWAP, and that's going to be key. So watch for a crack back under for INBS. Back under INBS there, that under this 10.25 mark, $10 mark, could see a really good short opportunity there for INBS. So for INBS, keep your eye on that big time. SPY rip into the high of day. Tesla absolutely a money maker. Tesla absolutely a money maker right now. Tesla absolutely a money maker. I'm in now 1,000 shares at 982. I'm in 1,000 shares at 982 right now, team. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get out 500 shares right there. I'm in now only 500 shares at 982. This is some strong resistance there right around this 10.25 mark. So I want to take some there. You know, if this squeezes back on up, I'm going to take 250 more shares as it hits 1050, and then I'll start to let the rest of that ride out. There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. There's a small little pop on up here. All right, just took 250 shares more. Having some trouble here at this 1030 mark. If we do pop through it, should see a good squeeze here coming up to around 1075 potentially. There we go. Scaling my way out of this play. Slowly but surely, still in 200 shares here. Took out a few more shares there, team. Now I'm down to 150 shares. Just going to scale out 50 shares at a time. 50 shares at a time there. Stop loss for me, as I'm not really worried about those other shares orders being filled right now. Good bounce play so far. We're up 40 cents, 50 cents. Not bad. Not bad there. Not bad. If it cracks back under 10, I'll just take it. If it cracks back under 10, I'm just going to take it. Could see a big pop right here. If this turns green, if this candle turns green, we could see a nice, good squeeze on up. Anyone get filled with me on MNTS? Anyone get filled with me? MNTS? Anyone get filled with me there? Beautiful move there from MNTS for us. If you did get filled, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Tesla, gorgeous spike at the bell. Good job, Broseph. Good job, Broseph. Anyone else get the bounce? Daza Hamilton, did you get it, boss? I don't know if you got it too as well. Okay, yeah. I was hoping. Good job. Good job there, bro. Good job, Broseph. Good job, Hamilton, Mr. Daza. Myron, you're rusty. Where have you been, Myron? Where have you been, Myron? I hadn't seen you around. Called you out over the holidays the last couple of weeks. You know, and I got to bring up the old schoolers that have been around for a while. I was going free for a couple of weeks there, you know, through the holidays, and traders would come over, and I always got to bring up my OGs that just been banking with my levels and alerts, the morning alerts, you know, that, you know, bringing those up, I always got to bring you up for sure if I bring up the morning alerts. Of course, bringing up Rick C and Mr. Sailboat. Mr. Sailboat there. I'm still in this 100 shares, so I'm still in this. I got out 900 of the 1,000 shares so far. So good move. Got out so far. 982 was my average entry price. Only got filled 1,000 of the 2,000 shares I wanted to get filled, unfortunately. I do have exits at 1012, at 1031, at 1037, and at 1020. Those are my exits for MNTS. I'm still in 100 shares. I'm actually going to go ahead and take 50 more of those right now. And if we squeeze and go for, you know, another pop-up, I'll sell these as we move into around 1075 into 11. Just slowly but surely taking my profit here. Slowly but surely taking my profit. I'm glad you guys got in a trade with me. Again, sorry I wasn't here on Friday to help you guys out. Just wanted to take the day off. I'm sure you guys understand, and I should say hopefully you guys understand that. You know, I don't really take too many days off from streaming live or really doing morning alerts. I try to do my best to be here nonstop. Even when I was at the Money Show in Orlando, you know, making sure that I got some alerts out at least a little bit while I was there. I'm giving this last 50 shares the VWAP team. There we go. There we go off the VWAP. Come on. No spike now, baby. Come on and rush back through. Come on. Come on. Go. 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 Come on. 1050 plus. 1050 plus. 1050 plus. Come on off the WAP. Right off my line. Let's fucking go, baby. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go, baby. Let's get. I took it. I'm out. Out of that trade, baby, 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 baby. We'll take it for the day. We're out. We are out that bitch. Out of it. Good bounce play. Good bounce play right there if you took it with me. Good bounce play if you took it with me there. Beautiful bounce play. Right? Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Probably about to pop and go from more there. Probably about to pop and go from more skis. Beautiful bounce play. we go. I'll take it. I wish I would have gotten filled more shares. More shares, I could still be in this play. Unfortunately, I'm not in more shares. Unfortunately. There's my orders right there, and I'll make the size a little bit bigger there so you can see it. Let's get this smaller. That's stupid. I don't care about that. And there we go. Boom shakalaka. There we go. There we go. ASCI is halted up is what both these saying. Okay, we'll go to ASCI. I'll put that on watch there as well. What to do? What to do? All right, let's go here, bro. Got it. Hamilton. Hamilton, you out? Are you still in? Hamilton, you out? Or are you still in? That's why I was trying to hold these plays with you guys for longer. I'm trying to hold. I say, of course, I'm going to hold. I'm trying to get you guys to hold for longer. Trying to get you guys to hold for longer. But again, you know, Hamilton, same thing for Broseph. I mean, you get 40, 50 cents just like we did. I mean, we're in at a... Look at this. This is why I told you. Look at this. This is an instantaneous green trade. You're talking 3 minutes. 3 minutes and you're at 50 cents. Why would you take? I mean, look, Broseph, you were probably in the trade, what, 3-4 minutes maybe? Right? 5 at most. You're up fucking 43 cents. That's a nice double. That's a nice single. You know, someone's on third base, you hit a single, someone's home. Or you let off the day, you let off the week with the double. You're starting, you know, you're batting, you're starting lineup. You're the first batter starting, you know, you're first up. You're on second. You know? It's fucking perfect. Missed the rest of the health issues. Oh, Myron, it's all good, bro. I feel you there. Hey, I've not myself, but you know what I had to go through last year, this month, in January, of course, December. About every month with Groot, I had to deal with something. There were a few months after August of 2024, you know, as in September. August was fine, although we had to remove a leg. But September was fine, October was fine, November was fine, then December a little scare, you know. Then January was fine until the end, and then it was another scare. And then good for February, and then March things got a little gross and shitty again through April. Of course, he passed in May, but listen. Let me just tell you right now, it sucks. Let me tell you right now, shit sucks. Got out almost high of day right there, or at least on the run. My best exit was what? 10:37. Okay, here we go. 10:46. 10:46. 10:46. Dang it. Should have waited a little longer there and would have got low. It's all good. I wanted the 1050s. We got out. We made it. We made it. Happy New Year's, AK. My internet is being serviced, so I'll probably be trading tomorrow. Keep crushing it. Yeah. We got the one good trade so far of the day, which was huge. Again, this is what I'm talking about. This is exactly... I'm put on the live stream here. Put this, I should say, on the... Exactly what I was telling you guys earlier. Wait for the bounce play to come to you. I said, wait, patience. I unfortunately didn't take the 950 bounce play there because I didn't think it'd be good. Well, it did lead to the best move of the day so far for the most part. All right, the opening bell, right? Well, I said, let's come down and get another dip buy in that area again, which I surrounded this area with dip orders. You can see between the two red lines. There's my entries on the way up. Beautiful, beautiful move. And there you go. There's your entries over on TTP and the exits. do this. Take it. Take it. Take it, baby. Baby, baby. That way to start the week like that. Ended the year with the bounce play that I was in for like 2 hours on Wednesday of last week. Start the new year Monday, Money Monday, with yet another bounce play. I canceled my orders too, by the way. Obviously, you would see me filled again. I canceled these. So once we got filled, we moved up. And we're filled, and we start moving to this right here in this candle. In that candle is when I canceled the other 1,000 shares to get filled. What's up, Molly? By the way, family in here listening to, how you doing? Molly! Molly, how's everyone feeling? They like the bounce play? Did they like the bounce play? They watch AK get a bounce play, make a lot of money? How all the kids doing? 7, 8 of them, right? 7, or is it 8? I should remember if it's 7, so that's why I think it's 8, because it would be 7. I would remember if it's 7, because it's my favorite number. Nope, I'm out. It's all good. Took gains along the way. Wanted to start slow in the new year. Well, you got it. 5 minutes. Yeah, are you looking for? No. Nope, Brosif. Yeah. Yep. And we got out right at the highs there. Right at the highs as this was spiking on up. Beautiful bounce play. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Yeah, no more. Not looking for anything else for me. No, not there. Look somewhere else for a possible potential play. Sure, but not MNTS as of right now. We know we go back and look at those plays too as well for myself. And, you know, look at what I'm trading, you know, majority of the time, bros, if anyone else listening, is I'm going for that second dip. I find the area, it's identified, I establish that, I understand it, now I'm going for that second dip. Now, the second dip usually tends to be sometimes the better move on up, and this should run a new high of day. Now, there are instances, and this could be it, where that third level comes down, and you're going to see this thing fly all the way back up, and maybe even through 1060s. So if we would have waited, got our orders filled here, we're now up again, probably another 30, 40, 50 cents, right? And I've seen that before. I've even seen where a level here where we come down. Now, this one didn't come down to it, but say one bounce, right? 2 bounce, and then the third one goes to new high of day. And you're like, you've got to be fucking kidding me. And we've seen that, you know, where I've even here in the last couple of months, I'm like, I don't really like it anymore. I'm going to cancel my orders. We go back. I'm like, well, should have trusted it. You know, that's why I love my dip buys, because of how often that happens. The stocks that I alert to trade and have traded have not lost a dip buy, I don't think, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think I've lost one yet. Maybe one, if one. So, and then the plays that I don't take, and then the dip buys and the bounce plays that I haven't taken. Like, there's been a couple where I'm like, I don't need a blah, 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 I don't like it anymore. And then ends up being a perfect bouncer, just as I figured it would. So, the fact, and that's where it again goes back to you guys, where I talk to you all the time about this, where you got to build that discipline, that patience, and the main thing is the confidence. Well, the only way you're going to do that is if you actually start taking those trades. And so, if you're seeing plays happen and they're working out, like me, I should take it, now I'm not going to take it. And then it works out. I'm going to take it, I'm not going to, and then it works out. And the more you're doing that, and every fucking time it works out, you might want to fucking take the trades. You know? Sorry if F-bombs are Molly. That's just the adult coming out in me. And just let them know sometimes you got to do some adulting to adults. And some big, strong words have to come out. But, God, here goes the INBS, the new high of day. INBS, new high of day there. So maybe flipping around. And that dip worked. It would have been fine, right? And this is what generally happens. We come down, okay, and then it runs back into old resistance, new support. And that's where then down the line, that's where you can see CR Trader trades more. You know, CR Trader's trading every single time this happens. Where if he loses, but he knows a high percent of the time, as I've talked about, if you just put your lines in and you can trade them at probably a 70 to 80% win rate. Which that's about where he's at, right? I'm 90 plus for a reason, because I don't take that many trades. I'm very limited on what I trade. But if you trade all the lines, right? Say just after we establish these. Long, right? For the move up. Long again for the move up. Now you fully have a resistance area that you crack below, so you're going to take your profit here. Now you're going short, right? And so you're just trading it, and let's say you crack this line and it comes down. So when it comes back up to 950, you would take the short again, you know? And so it's just, that's why when I say put your lines in and trade them, that's what he's doing. He's just doing it all day long, you know, or when he has the time to trade at work or whatever. That's why I've always said put your lines in and trade them. If you can put your lines in, you can then sit there and trade all day long. You can't. Now you have to have patience. Got to wait for those lines to form, to let them hit, let them work out, let the traders establish those lines. You know, show me the money, right? Like the Jerry Maguire t-shirt I want to get. Show me the money, will show me the chart. You show me the chart, you'll show me the money. That's it, all day long. Got to hit it and quit it. You know it. Yep, I hear you on this. Yeah, grow cojones and make the trade. Exactly. Yes. Now, again, for me, I'm also streaming live, which we heard this last week on the TTP live stream. There's like, you know, I think it was maybe over to Kevin, whoever it was. I don't think it was to me. I think it was addressed to Kevin. But regardless, man, streaming live and trying to trade just the whole like it was the crow guy that's always doing. You can tell those guys are pretty good. The Tat guy, the Crow guy, they've been trading for a while. It's hard to stream live, continue to yap it up, and then still get really good trades in. So that's why I'm just now waiting for the opening bell to come. If there's something in pre-market, I'm going to trade it, but there just hasn't been that many plays or trades in pre-market. We take them when I see them, right? Otherwise, I know what's working. I know I can sit back, I can wait 20, 30 minutes after the bell, and I'm going to find a bounce play. And this is it. And this was our play for the day. And now it's back down to the trend line, and look at that $10 reversal. I mean, just perfect. Look at that. Look at that. Look at it now. Perfect. You know, this is perfect. But that was just I know that it's you know, that for you guys it speaks volumes because of how often, you know, like I say, put the lines in and trade them. Okay, let's go short at 1180. It hit 1165. You know, I know this line isn't perfect, but I had one at 1065, you know, and now this line down here is holding at 940. And then you start to see, okay, maybe to adjust them a little bit. Okay, and this is bouncing off that line, and the line needs to be here now instead of there. Maybe move it up 10 cents, move it up 20 cents, and oh my God, down to the 875 roll, where I did want to take the, remember if you talked about earlier in the morning, where I did like the bounce play here, was back down here, right around the VWAP in 875, 885 area. Kind of the midline in between the top and the bottom support resistance area. So we'll see this be a good short, or a good bounce play. Now a good short where? Look for a move back up to 950. Shorted at 950 for the reversal back on down. Halted down ASTI. Great weekend for me, though, team. Great weekend for me. Big win for the Razorbacks on Saturday, playing Tennessee. It was the only double ranked matchup. There was no other where both teams were ranked. That was the only matchup on Saturday where both teams were ranked, which was kind of odd. You know, usually you'd see a few more. We were the only teams that were both ranked, and we beat Tennessee at home. Big win. Big win. Then the Broncos, in Broncos fashion this year, even with the Chargers playing half backups, they're going to keep it tight, but they still got the dub. They got home field advantage. They play the lowest seed, and they get a bye week, right? It's all set up for them. Now, I will say, Mr. Hamilton, you guys up in the Northeast, there's only one team I'm worried about up in the North. I think you guys know who it is. I think CR Trader would be the one fan of them in chat. There may be another Patriots fan in chat. That's it. I'm worried about the Patriots. I'm really not worried about the Buffalo Bills. I'm not really too worried about the Bills. The Patriots, though, they can score. Now, that's the thing. They can score, but we got a defense. But they can score. I mean, yeah, we got a defense, but we're probably going to have to score, too. You know, they're still going to probably give up 17 to 20 or so to the Patriots. That means we got to score 21, you know. We got to score more, obviously, to win. So that's the only... And Bo is so unpredictable. Bo Nix... Literally, like, if I had to give, like, all-time ratings, right? Like, real true Madden ratings were, like, John Elway's a 97, Peyton Manning's a 97, whatever. Brady's the 199, right? Probably. And give them true ratings. Not like, because when I see Madden or NFL, any one of those, like, now, they'll give them those high ratings. But I'm like, y'all are, like, talking about nowadays. You're talking about all-time. Because, in my point, there's an old-school NBA game that kept it real. It was like, NBA... Oh, I forgot what it was. And, I mean... The best players are like in the 80s, low 90s. Most players are like in the 60s, some in the 50s or 70s. But that was taken in retrospect where if Michael Jordan's a 99, there needs, like, Steph maybe can be a 93, 94. LeBron can be a 95, 90. But LeBron can't be a 99 if Jordan's a 99. Steph certainly can't, right? So you see these guys and you stack them up against all. So anyway, if I had to go all time for Bo Nix, like, Madden, he's probably like an 88. 87. I don't know what he is in Madden. I really don't know what his level is. Let's just go look. Let's go look. Go to Google. Bo Nix Madden 26 rating. Oh, 82. So he's an 82 overall. 82 overall in Madden. I would give Bo Nix somewhere right around a 70. I would give him probably somewhere right around a 70 overall, like all time. Because you either get 90, 85 to 90 Bo Nix, where he's just like, A, where have you been all game, and or B, he has a whole game, which he had like against the Packers a few weeks ago where he threw for 304 touchdowns. You're like, where's this guy at all the time? Or it'll be all game long, he sucks, and all of a sudden out of nowhere, he'll put a couple of drives together. And you're just like, where is this at? Or against backups in the Chargers, which still is a good defense regardless. It just looks like, I mean, you're just like, who are you? And he looks like 50. So he either plays a 50. Oh, he's never just 70. He's either a fucking 50F, terrible, what are you doing? You're not that great. Or he's an 85, 90. It's like you don't get a mid-Bo. You either get, what are we doing, Bo? Or how are you doing this, Bo? And it's just like, if we could get him to be consistently 75, 80, you know, majority of the time, this team, that Broncos team would be, I mean, look at where the Patriots are at and how good their quarterback's playing. If Bo Nix could play more consistent, Denver would be almost unbeatable. Almost unbeatable. Oh, man. All right. Here on this. Okay, I thought it was back to football when he said left. I hear you. I was like, you hear me again? I know. I know. I'm talking them facts when it comes to the NFL. Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, Bo was more. If he was more consistent, that Broncos team would be. Woo! They would be good. They'd be real good if Bo Nix was more consistent. Need a little bit more of a running game, which is funny. They let go of a running back. I guess they didn't want to pay him, but went to Dallas and he had like 1,200 yards. So I forgot what his name is, something Williams. But he had like 1,200 plus yards for the Cowboys this year. I'm like, jeez. We do have some good running backs, but it's just like, again, it's a group of them. It's fantasy football's worst nightmare, you know? You're playing two different backs. Oh, come on, you're fine. Is Queenie in? Oh, Merlin. Well, let him out since he pulled a Merlin. Oh, my dog. Robert. Man, see, I knew there was a couple. I knew there's a couple in there, Robert. I knew that there was a couple in there. That's the only team I'm really worried about. Not worried about the NFC at all, to be honest. I'm not worried about the NFC. I think whoever wins the AFC is going to win. I think it's going to be us, the Patriots. It might be the Bills first year. Maybe they just get it together, you know, and which they have here toward the end of the year. I'm not worried about the Seahawks at all. I'm not worried about the Rams, really. I just don't think I just don't think they have it. I don't know. I just don't feel it this year from those teams. Philly's just not Philly of last year. I don't know. And then we beat the best teams over there, except for we didn't play NFC West teams, but we beat Philly. That's one of their number one teams. We beat the Packers. That's another one of their top teams. And so we'll see. We'll see. The key for me, as I know, divisional game. How do we come out after a week off? Who are we playing will be key too as well, which we get the lowest seed, which is nice. Whoever the lowest seed is, you know, that makes it to the... And all you got to do is win one game in their AFC Championship game. So all you have to do is win 2 more games and you're in the Super Bowl. You know? Plus you get a week off here, which is huge this time of the year. It's going to be huge. There's that bounce play we talked about. 875 roll did go a little bit lower, but that, again, wouldn't have stopped us out. But that was a nice, good move back on up, kind of giving you that little fish hook move into the old trend line up, which is showing some resistance. And INBS is the one really starting to take the mob. So INBS there, I know it's not up the most today. That would still be MNTS, but we'll go to INBS as the number one top gainer. And, of course, we'll come down here to MNTS as she fades back on down. Put MNTS in a 3-minute time frame. We'll see if we can get the move back on up. That 875 area, money bounce though. Beautiful bounce there. This is why I'm looking for bounce plays. If you want to try to short the top, short the top. I'm not going to do that too often. But these are our 2 movers today. INBS and MNTS. Both ending in S right here, team. I would say if you're looking for a bounce play, and I'm going to move this line down to right there. right around 1020. 1045, 1020, essentially where we were taking profit here, literally. So from 1011 up to 1045, that's where you need to have orders in if you want to take an IMBS bounce play. Risky Biscuits, Tornado Crickets, old resistance, new support right around 1170. Yeah, it'll be hey. I like this year because you just don't know. You knew in years past when Philly I think Philly's finally hit their plateau and starting to come down. KC definitely hit their plateau. I called that in the Super Bowl last year. I'll never forget this. I've been saying it all year. Super Bowl last year, I could just tell watching because I could pay attention a little bit more. I didn't really watch a lot of Kansas City Chiefs games. I think I watched the AFC Championship game and the Super Bowl, and I could just tell Mahomes was slowing down. Kelsey was big time, not Travis Kelsey anymore. I mean, makes sense. He's fucking with Taylor Swift. I mean, I don't know why you want to be in the NFL. I'm like, bro, retire. Like, if you are marrying her and y'all are good to go, you are set for life, brother. You know? Unless you were just absolutely in love with the NFL. Anyway. So, yeah, I knew the Chiefs, and they got to restart. I've said this to a bunch of my Chiefs fans, and one, like, he's an absolute Chiefs nut, like I'd be a Broncos nut. And we went to school together, like, great, and he always posts Chiefs stuff every day almost, like on Facebook, Instagram. It's like, listen, they need to change their game plan. Mahomes needs to stop, and like when he tore his ACL, whatever, he's trying to extend plays. You can't do that at 40. Well, he's not 40, but I know he's getting into his 30s. You can't do that anymore. He was never Mike Vick, whatever. Anyway, RG3, which those guys you could tell, but Mike Vick lasted longer. He never really took any bad hits or had the leg injuries. But now Mahomes has that leg injury, and I know so did the whole Brady thing and 3 Super Bowls and same as you. Brady was a pocket passer. He collapsed essentially if he saw a sack coming, like Peyton Manning did. They would be like, I ain't taking a hit. I'm going down. I know I'm about to get sacked. There ain't no throw to be had. Mahomes is like, I can still get this ball. He's Brett Favre. Right? And Favre lasted a while. Honestly, he did. And it's pretty productive. But let's go again. Look at Brady's numbers in his 40s. It's insane to throw for 27,000 yards, 150 touchdowns. Well, they fucking had a whole NFL career. Like, I was watching. I woke up at 2:30 this morning. Couldn't go back to sleep. I always throw on TikTok. I need to stop doing this because next thing you know, I'm on it for like 2 or 3 hours scrolling. And it was the most touchdowns ever thrown. Part 1, then to part 2. Passing yards. My bad. Passing yards. Frank Tarkington had the record for the longest time in the 70s, for like 10 years almost, from like 1978, 79 until it was finally broken. It was like 47,000 yards. Let's back it up. The old guys, and I remember them. Sammy Baugh, Otto Graham, Y.A. Tittle. They threw for like 25 to 30,000 yards. Now, again, this is back in the 30s, 40s, 50s. Regardless, Tom Brady in his 40s had a career that they had their whole entire career. Like, you can even go into like Elvis Gerboxes of the world, or you get my point. Like, guys that had real good long careers that threw for 20, 30,000 yards. Tom Brady threw for 27,000 yards in his 40s. In his fucking 40s. That is absolutely insane. If the Chiefs are going to regroup, the Mahomes has to stay in the pocket, stop extending plays like he always wants to do. He can be had here and there, but he needs to stop, and they have to get a run game. Why do you think Brady in those later years were so successful? That blunt guy that he had, that big fat, and then he had Leonard, and he had big running backs to hand the ball off to that would get 1,500, 1,200 yards in a season. He was hitting tight ends like Gronk and the murderer guy, Aaron. He had to John Elway. If it was not for Terrell Davis and that zone blocking run scheme from Mike Shanahan, John Elway would have never have won a Super Bowl and be right there with Dan Marino as one of the best quarterbacks ever to never win one. Had a running game at the end of his career. Now it hurt. We'll just go to one that did have one, Jim Kelly. Poor Jim Kelly's ass. You think of every other quarterback that had a running game, they won a Super Bowl. Roethlisberger with Pittsburgh. I mean, I go with Emmitt Smith, Troy Aikman, right? Steve Young, and then of course Montana. They had that West Coast offense. They didn't really run it, but they still had Ricky Waters. They had some run. They had some runners. They were like the one team that could pass the ball really without having a running game to win, in my opinion. But you go through the ringer of the years and all the great quarterbacks, they most of the time had a good running back to pair with them. But poor Jim Kelly. Imagine going to 4 straight Super Bowls and losing. To get to 4 straight's fucking nuts. To lose all 4 in a row, I think that is even a higher unlikelihood to go to 4 straight. You got to win one of them, right? You're not going to go to 4 straight Super Bowls and lose all 4, are you? I can't imagine being a Buffalo Bills fan or like a Cleveland Browns fan. Nasty. INBS CR Trader is looking for a short at 12.80 into 13. So CR Trader says 12.80 into 13 he likes. I like a bounce play back around 10.20s. Again, my exit price here for MNTS for the long earlier on the dip buy that we had, that would be now your long for the dip buy here. Your exit prices on our MNTS bounce plays from earlier. But yeah, definitely very much looking forward to this year's playoffs. Going back again, because you don't have Brady and the Pats. You know it's not going to be them. Philly, they've had their run plateaued. KC, obviously out. You know who's going to win it this year, and that makes it fun. And that's one of the posts that I saw around the horn when KC was fully eliminated, and of course then from my buddy Ryan that playoffs you're gonna miss, or you're gonna hate, or something along the lines that the playoffs won't be as fun because the Chiefs aren't in it, and you're gonna miss them being in it. And I'm like, no, the fuck I'm not. No, it's actually cool that you're, even though my team's in it, I have no idea who's gonna win. I think that's really cool. I love it when you have no idea who's gonna win. Like any team to me, in Jacksonville could finally win it. You know, who knows? I don't know who's gonna win it this year. I could not pick a team for sure. I'd place them out like the rest of them and say, I'd say number 1 to 2 seeds have the best shot. It's, you know, the Broncos, Patriots, and see whoever has the 1-2 seed over there because they have the highest seed and they have the better chance and they seem to be the better teams here playing at the end of the year. That doesn't mean it's a lock though. So it will be very interesting playoffs in my opinion. I expect all good games too as well. I don't think we'll have any blowouts. I think we'll have crazy good games throughout the playoffs. We may get like one. It would be a little shocked if we have some blowouts. All right, so bounce play, I like it. I'd take it here at the 10:20 mark. I'd want it to happen sooner rather than later. I don't want to sit around here for another hour and it hasn't happened yet. MNTS, I think we got the best out of it. Now, again, that short wasn't bad at 9.50. As we talked about, the high was 9.45 for that reversal back down, and that being your last trade to be possible. We got the dip buy here earlier. Now we had the reversal back down. 8.75 dip was alerted by myself earlier, although I didn't take it because I thought we were kind of done on this play and it was going to crack back off, which we did, but it did see at least a decent move back up to around 9.35, 9.50, then gave you an okay short down. But you can tell the key here is volume. Volume has really died off here. And the one thing I don't like about INBS and why I'd rather it happen now than later is the inconsistent volume. So you can see it dies off here and where you'd want to get a bounce play. Bounces here. So like I would put orders in this area to get filled. You did. And then finally volume comes in and you get your good pop back on up. The only thing I'd worried about is that inconsistent volume on INBS, but it's still around for now. My point being, I can tell that if it's doing this now, about an hour or two from now, it's going to show up even more. Hamilton, I'm out for the day. Good luck. And yeah, good job, Hamilton. Yep, I know you got a lot of you guys are here kind of for that first morning pre-market, first hour or two of the day with me, trying to get a good trade in. Let's get some profit. Let's listen to Josh. Let's see what AK's got to say, where he's looking to trade, why he's looking to trade, you know, what he's looking to trade and why, etc. And then sit back and let's wait to get the trade in. And right now for large caps, you know, Tesla was a banger. I talked about that to start the day. I like that for the long. Ended up being beautiful. PLTR did get a short out of the bell, but it only went down $1. And that was it, really, for at least for me, for large caps. So, you know, what I was looking at for today and for a good move. Apple's pretty much sideways, not doing a lot. BABA, straight out to the right here recently. B did get a good pop of the bell, then cracked back on down. But again, just as far as like if I'm looking for a trade, I'm not seeing anything right now. Again, kind of that wonkier action. We're up, and now we're down, and now we're going back up again. Not really building a lot of flat tops or bottoms, so it makes it a little bit harder to where to go and trade. I will go through the ringer here. Meta's on a burner too as well today. So Meta and Tesla are on burners today. I'm gonna keep Spy on watch right there. Hasn't really done a lot. CNVA, cool. Like the CVNA, Carvana. You had a big ass move on Friday too, did Carvana. Damn. Big old move. It's just crazy how I see that randomly out of nowhere. You know, because you go back to last Tuesday and Wednesday, Monday. I mean, it'll have days where it doesn't do shit. You know, it chops around $2, $3, $4, $5 at most, somewhere in there. Then you get these banger days out of nowhere, and it's just hard. That's the one thing about large caps anymore. Where I know you've been around long enough, J-Web. You know, when I was absolutely murdering the large cap market every fucking day, it was easy because I could see the ticker, and you'd get more consistency. Not like now where you're like, ugly, 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 ugly. Okay, I'm not looking at it. And then out of nowhere, we have great days, and you're like, well, I stopped looking at you because for the past week and a half, you look like a freaking bottom of a trash barrel with a bunch of, and now boom, all of a sudden you have a $20 banger day, you know? So that's small, I mean, mid caps for you anymore. I don't get it. Where we'll be ugly, 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 and just choppy and gross, and one day it's just, and I'm not looking at it because it's just been too ugly, and then across the board, honestly, for large caps, and then I just don't look at it, and then I go, and then, you know, okay, cool, I don't, there's flying out, and then, oh, well, there it goes, there's a $20 day, oh, yeah, of course, yeah, there goes Meta up, you know, 15, but whatever, you know, oh, there goes Tesla, you know, then I miss them, where used to every day I'm sitting on those 1, 2, 3, 4 tickers, because I know one of these 3 or 4, and maybe all of them are going to go bangers, and we're just not getting that now, so it's hard for me to, you know, get my feel, so to speak, on those large cap tickers. Where back in the day, I say back in the day, just a year plus ago, 2 years ago, especially 23, 24, 22, you know, I had right around a 2-year solid stretch of every day I could call out, find a small or a large cap ticker and bang it, you know, and then get multiple throughout the day. Now I don't because I'm just missing them. You know, like, yeah, it's ugly, it's ugly, it's ugly, it's ugly, it's ugly. Oh, well, fuck, there goes a good day thing. And then you're like, oh, yeah, look at AK, look at Carvana. Not that I ever look at Carvana that much, but say like a Metas of the world, you know, or Teslas of the world. Or I could count on those every day back in the day. Every day I could count on one of them. Google, AIM, something to spike or crack and give me a good play. And then multiple throughout the day. I'm just not getting that anymore. Sucks. Just sucks. So it's like, it really almost comes to, in my opinion, like what I've noticed. It almost seems like I have to have a one of those, which you've seen, I'm sure. 18 monitors, not literally, or a couple of big ones, but then you have like 30, you're looking at a lot of charts, and you're like, oh, it's Meta today, or oh, it's Carvana, and you've got to look at like 20, 30 different tickers, and not knowing which one it's going to be, and then waiting for the opening bell. And maybe with Tesla, as we saw, and I called that out, maybe being the possible one for Tesla, it spiked in pre-market, had that reversal, and when it has that green, red, green move like Tesla did at the bell, which we'll go over here and just put Tesla up so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Go back to like a 5-minute, 3-minute here, whichever you want to look at. So when it has in 3-minute, you can actually see it. So we can see when we spike up green and then come red, and this right back on up. This was what I was hoping was going to happen earlier on MNTS right here. That one candle, remember, it came down and went flying back on up. Y'all remember that? I was like, oh, this could be the one. Oh, it held the VWAP, and I was still in for that move up. That's what I'm looking for. That essentially green, red to green move. So green, red to green. You'll see that a lot where you get a big surge. So green, red, and then overtaking that right here, which again, going back to MNTS, I thought we did, you know, when we were going to move up. I'm glad I took profit at that area. I took some because we still could fail at that 1050 mark as I talked about. But that's what I'm looking for in small caps or large caps. I love when I see this and we take out that high of day, or of course that previous high green that we made like on MNTS, because a lot of the time you get the next leg up, you get continuation. And that's why earlier I was looking for a bounce play off of this area for Tesla. I just knew it was going to be bullish today. The bounce play came up higher here, unfortunately, right? But when I see this team at the opening bell, this is huge to let me know. And flip it over. Same for the red side. Same for a bearish red day. You're looking for a short. It goes down, comes back up, and then cracks back below that low. Get in short, wave at it, go by, right? Well, 875 bounce worked out perfectly, even though, of course, I'm not looking to take that. If you are looking for a short on MNTS, I would wait for either this 1050 area, 1060 area, or 1170 for the double top. True double top would be great at this point, and I would take that. Right now, the other mark would be, of course, we had one reversal at 950, so wait for the move back up to 10. Should see one more reversal there at 10 like we saw earlier. Cracked down, popped up, failed, came down for more. So that next touch into it should see a little bit of a reversal. I like 1050, and I really love this 1150 into 1170. Boy, CVNA Carvana continues to climb. Looking like Tesla's about to climb and hit new high of day, as SPY right now is surging to new high of day. All right, cool. Cool, I need to start making those videos too, which I'm going to do when I get back on the mic. I'm going to go back over and break down MNTS on the live stream for you guys and record that. Any questions you guys have? Hamilton, J Webb, I know Hamilton's already out. Mr. Robert, Mr. Chef Boy, Broseph, Molly, Myron. Any of you wallflowers out there like Saline Chick, Aussie Chick, need any have any questions for me at all? Staircasing down for GHRS. Nice, good move down today. Bye-bye, GHRS. No point to even look at it. Sid U was a great short out of the gate. One again, another alert another alert I talked about today. Would have been a great trade if you did take it. You know, probably could have gotten around 70 to 85 cents out of it. My trade for the day, of course, you can see it right here for MNTS. Waiting, having patience, getting filled on the dip buy right here. When orders a little bit lower, didn't get it. We did, though, get, as you can see, 982 was my average entry. I got 982 entry, and I got 30 cents out of it. I got 50 cents out of it. 56, 60 cents out of it, right? Good move there. Overall, getting about 60 cents, 40 to 60 cents generally, for the most part, on my exits on MNTS. I'll take that every day of the week. I want 40, 50, 60 cent plays all day, every day. City U is trying to pop back on up. Wouldn't be a bad thought possibly for a short backup at that open, 490 into 5. I know traders like Kevin Avery would be looking for that and slowly scaling in from 5, probably even 490 into 5 to 520. I'm going to do a large cap breakdown next. Right now, other than Sid U, which could be a move back on up to the reversal at 5 to 520. Same thing here for MNTS, trying to make a move back on up. 1050 would be your first short target. To me, the better one's at 1150 into 1170. ASTI, very slow. I'm going to take it off the list. We will put Carvana CVN, team on watch. Well, where can this go to? Well, it's at strong resistance right now. The open high resistance, or should I say, well, jeez. Quarterback for Ole Miss will return to Ole Miss if he gets granted a 6 year of eligibility. 6 years? How long do they get to play in college anymore? Like, as long as they want? It's like, this will be strong resistance, though, for, you can see the open area from Friday. We'll call it 423.50 into 425. Somewhere in this area is going to be strong resistance as we move up today. Now, if we get over that, you can tell we've got to go back in time and see what would be next. It's right there, right? I just don't see this play getting too much more for the day. This is a $20 banger move. It's going to have resistance at 425 into around 430. So watch for reversal coming up soon here for Carvana. Do like that play back to the top side. Another play I like here as well was Google. Had this beautiful move back up for a double top. Not great, I know, but play the range. 319 shorts, 316 area for the bounce play. Meta, I like this for the day. Nice staircasing on the way up. Finally a pullback out of the staircase, 1, 2, 3 up. Well, we're finally pulling back a little bit out of that staircase. Over 664, 666 is strong resistance into 667. I don't think it'd get much higher than that. On the way down, if you're looking for a bounce play, well, it's yelling at you. To me, right around the 658 mark. Now, if you want to go old resistance, new support, 660 to 659, that's fine with me. Just know that the main support is at 658. The other play in large caps that I like, Tesla, same thing here, staircasing its way up. Every stair has a pullback though, which is nice to see. Beautiful move up here for Carvana and for Tesla today. I like these plays. Meta, of course, as well. I'm about to get to SPY. Bounce play for Tesla. Well, we're making a higher low pattern, 451, 453. Let this play go up. If we see the pullback from 450, 450, we'll call it a $3 pullback. a $3 pullback. Well, if we want a bounce play, we know it's going to come down $3. In my opinion, you would want this up. You know, if we go up and you want a $3 pullback to keep the higher low pattern at 455, we got one at 451, got one at 453. We need this to go up to 458. Hit that resistance line, then come back for a bounce play off of 455 area. Other than that, just sit back and have patience and wait. Short at 458 for the reversal down, or wait for it to hit that and look for a bounce play off of 455 area. And then lastly here, SPY is going to be your last play on watch for large caps. Old resistance, new support. Look for a dip buy off of 687, 85 area. 688, 687.70. Somewhere in this area for the dip on the SPY. Other than that, going back to small cap plays, we've already gone over SIDU and MNTS. Channeling out to the right for INBS. Support down at around 1020, and this is what I talked about. I would give it maybe 10, 15, maybe 30 more minutes, and then I'd look for a bounce play at 1020 for MNTS. Just chilling for now. Love it. Brosa, Sailing Girl, Wallflower, yes. Robert, all good. Thanks. Yeah. College football, turning into Van Wilder said yes. Yeah, right. Van Wilder status, right? Literally. Because there's a guy that played for the Razorbacks this year that played like baseball. He went and did baseball at a high school, blah, 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 blah. So he had college eligibility still. He somehow made the Razorback football team at like 30-something years old. I don't think he played. But yeah, it's nuts to see that, to be honest. Yeah, it's... I love the old school days where you just got the guys and they stayed around. I think we're trying to get back to that with this whole NIL and the portal, and it got out of whack there, and I think it's still a little out of whack, but I think we're trying to tone it and hone it in to where people are still going to transfer, but we're starting to get people to stay around a little bit longer now and not hop from one school to the next school to the next school, because all they're saying is money. Like, hey, okay, this school it's $2 million. I'm going to use them as leverage. You want to give me 2.5, I'll come over at 2.5. They're giving me 2. You want to give me 2.5, 3, I'll come over. I'll play for you guys. That's all college sports is right now for the most part. That's terrible. They're not playing for the school. You know, the Arkansas Razorbacks on their jersey, they're playing for money. You know, Coach Cal just talked about it, Arkansas, the basketball coach. And you can tell, too, when he's recruiting players, he's definitely trying to find those in the needle in the haystack. Hey, this guy wants to represent Arkansas, like the old school players that did stay through their senior year, or they were 4th year, 5th year players, that were there. They were there all 3, 4, 5 years or whatever. Just don't get that nearly as much anymore. Again, Sid, you might be your next possible trade here, team. 490 and a 520 resistance for the reversal. Looks like MNTS is going to die off here, and really next trade would be watching for the crack back under my line that I have end of support at under 945. Watch for the crack back down to 9 and the 875 roll. Also on watch INBS. Watch this under the VWAP for a crack back down to 1050 and especially down to around the 1025 area. And that's where you'd be looking to go long potentially as well for a dip buy. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I would love him. I know they won't. But boy, I would love Nick Saban to join that committee, the chair, whatever. Like, I don't know. I know Arkansas now has had 2 that have been the chair, like John White and whatever our athletic director is now is like the chair. I'm like, how do Arkansas athletic directors end up getting the chair to that? And like to the commission, whatever that. I'm like, yeah, I would love Nick Saban in there for sure. Even Calipari, Coach Cal says they need to have 1. You commit to a team, you can train because listen, you commit to a team. Maybe the coach, blah, 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 blah. You get 1 transfer. And all the reasons why do you want to transfer? You went here for these reasons, and then something came up, family, sickness, and then whatever. You want to get back closer to home. You don't like the coach anymore. They broke a promise to you. A player that wasn't expected, and they filled your role, and you didn't think it was going to happen. You get 1 transfer. 1! You can transfer right away and play immediately. And then Coach Cal said after that, you can transfer, but you're going to sit out a year like they used to. You have to sit out now. Forgot what exactly he said. I don't think they'd be, again, like I've said, there needs to be a cap, not only in how many times you can transfer, but also the money they're making. There's no way that they should just be able to there's no cap on that. Where it's like, oh, this guy's getting 8 mil, this guy's getting 2 mil, this guy's getting 4 mil. Make it make sense, Like, where is this? I see this all the time, right? Yeah, I keep seeing this all the time. I keep seeing this. I've seen this post 100 times over the past month, I swear. Look at the salary for NFL quarterbacks back in 1990. It is funny that Jim Everett, I guess, he was at 2.4 mil. But look at the discretion between the quarterbacks. I mean, there's not much of one. Jim Kelly, Marino, Moon, Kosar, even somehow Elway are all right there at 1.4, 1.5. Look how close together all the salaries are. It's crazy to think Mark Rippon, who won a Super Bowl, or is about to win one. Mark, I think he's about to win one. Only at $300K. Jim Harbaugh with the Bears will get to a Super Bowl with the Colts, only at $320K. Look at the numbers, too. I guess he didn't play much the year before. It was probably a backup. But Troy Aikman, the 1 mil. I mean, I know he was like a rookie or close, but that's it. Make it make sense. This is all close. This makes sense. It makes sense. I don't. This is weird now. Just don't get it. All right, so we got the plays. Here. I'll put those in here. INBS under 11 and watch for a short down and MNTS under 945. All right. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Just wait and see if we get anything else here, team. Most likely will not. But we might, so just sit back and wait. All right, watch for that pop here. Watch for that pop potentially here. On MNTS. MNTS would be your other main one here on watch here. All right, any last questions you guys have? I'm going to jump off the mic for about 15, 20 minutes here. I'm going to come back on, and then I'm going to do a breakdown of my MNTS trade for Trade the Pool. So I can record that. Of course, record it for you guys. Any last questions you guys have? So the girl, no questions, but proud of myself today for trusting my levels. Yeah, there you go. Hey, well, you saw how well it worked on MNTS for myself, and that's the main thing that like we go over day in day out here in the the live stream, the one-on-ones. It's the same stuff, right? Putting the lines in, trading the lines. Put the lines in, trade the lines. Get better, like we talked about last week. Every day, I think it was on the confessional day. You said you need to chart more. You need to go over levels more. Every day, like I talk about. You have to go over multiple charts. The more charts you can go over, it doesn't matter if you trade those charts. It's being able to chart whatever you see, right? So it doesn't matter what the ticker is, what the price is. You can just trade it. And then being able to distinguish what's pretty and what's not pretty and go, ooh, I don't know if I can really chart this. And then, yeah, you should be able to go, yeah, this is ugly. I don't need to chart this. I need to stay away from tickers and charts that look like this. That's where I've got to now overall in my trading, right? Where like it, immediately. I always talk about this. You walk into a bar, whatever, you're out in the public, when you see someone attractive. You're watching TV and a show's on, like, oh, damn, she's hot, he's hot. Look at those abs. Man, look at those arms, right? You can't, whatever you're into, sailing girl, I'd imagine abs or arms. Maybe neither, maybe it's just a great personality. I don't know. But generally, something's going to catch your eye. A juicy cheeseburger, maybe a big fat joint. I don't know. Something looks sexy to you in your eyes. That's what that chart, that's what stocks need to be do every day. So when you show up to your computer and you're scanning around, you need to go, aha, that's the chart. That's sexy. I like those arms. I like those abs. That's the joint I want to smoke. That's me every day in the stock market. I just sit back, flip through the channel, so to speak, and boom, right? There's your INBS short. INBS more continuation on down like we just talked about. Watch for that VWAP crack for the short. Good job, sailing girl. Go over more charts. Go over more charts. Go over more charts. The more charts you go over, the better you're going to get. All right. Take a quick little break off the mic. I'll be back here in just a few minutes. We got MNTS here. We know all the levels for SID-U. We've got everything alerted out there for you guys as well. I don't think I'll put SID-U up there. All right, sweet. Taking a quick break. I'll be back in, like I said, like probably 10 to 15 minutes at the top of the hour. We'll break down MNTS real quickly, see if there's anything else to be had. Otherwise, get any questions you want out there for me and prepared. Get ready to go over MNTS, that trade yet again, and I'll record it, like I said, for Trade the Pool. Otherwise, see you in about 10, 15 minutes. Back in just a few. Taking a small little break off the mic. Be back here around the top of the hour. Go over charts, break down MNTS trade, and call it for the morning. Back in just a few. back on the mic real quickly for you guys. I'm going to record this. I'm going to break this play down too as well on my TTP chart over here for the traders over at, and for people over at Trade the Pool. Scroll back here so they can kind of get a gist of why I was trading and where I was trading at. Go into a 3-minute time frame. All right. There we go. All right. 3, 2. All right, let's break down an imp. You done coughing? I'm gonna shut the door. All right. 3, 2. Loving it. That's why I can't wait for the next house in my office. Anyway, all right, ready? 3, 2, 1. That looking good. Go Broncos. All right, here, Josh Smith, AK-47, with another little small breakdown in a trade I took on MNTS earlier here on Trade the Pool. I love old resistance area, old supply areas that become demand new support areas. So I love these bull flag setups where we have a higher low pattern and we get the squeeze up to new high of day. And so when I see this move to new high of day, I find this old resistance area already became new support right before the opening bell, letting me know that's where all the traders and the volume of the buying is going to come in at if we have a dip buy. So I had orders actually all the way down into the 957 mark for the dip buy on the move up. And you can see my average entry there. I didn't get filled all my shares, but I did get filled 500 of the 2,000, or I should say 1,000 of the 2,000 shares I had out there. I had orders at 967, also at 957. Where do I want to take profit at? Well, if I break this down into a 1-minute time frame and see it just a little bit more cleanly here, I'm going to zoom out a little bit so you guys can see what I'm looking at and looking for. So we know the bounce area, right? Old resistance, new support. We know where I want to get in at, but where and why do I want to get out, and why? Well, the main thing for me is when I'm getting into old resistance support areas yet again here. So I can see here back on the way up, this area right through here is going to be tough. A lot of the time when you form these nice, massive lower shadows, lower wicks, and they're almost the exact same size, I know that this area right through here, and you can see here, this is almost the same size as that, and this one's almost the same size as that. I just call it evening each other out. And so when I see that evening out from traders, that's that demand supply zone that's coming into play again here for us. So not only do we have a good dip buy, but then we're going to have a good resistance area. Now, honestly, should have, as you can see here, as I'm scaling out into this resistance area, look for that short. Knowing that if there's going to be a lot of volume in buying in this area, there's going to be a lot of volume in selling in this area. Selling is also what? If I sold here right out of the gate without being in the trade, is also shorting. So you have not only sellers for myself, you can see here where I'm selling my long that I was in, but then that's where traders are then going and flipping over to the short side for the move back on down. So again, back out here to the 3-minute time frame just to see this a little bit more cleanly here yet again. And what am I looking for? Old resistance areas that becomes new support. Now I know that next time down to that area, I need to look to go long and surround it with limit orders to go long for a buy, a dip buy, a bounce play. Where am I taking it back up to? This demand supply zone above it. I need to be outmost there. Now, if I'm lucky enough and we get a single that turns into a double and a triple, then my next target's here, with my last target being at high of day. Possibly even getting that squeeze up. You know, you'll be in plays that move from a single to a home run before you can blink an eye, or a triple. That's not going to happen all the time. So you still want to, as I did here, take profit as we move into those areas. So again, old resistance became new support for me, and it's old supply zones that become demand zones. and you just flip-flopping back between them. It's essentially a pivot point, right? So resistance, support, and now we're resistance again, just like we were earlier in the day. So if I just put a big fat line in here, we'll put drawing tools, we're going to put a trend, and we're just going to put a horizontal line in right about right here. Knowing that that's make or break for this trade. You got to give a lot of these trades 30, 40, 50 cents. And so we know in between 9.50 and 10 is going to be strong supply now and resistance on the way back on up. Just go through that. We'll do one more. Let's talk about that supply and demand zones. It's huge support and resistance. So essentially, one of my previous trades I took here on MNTS, you can see here this old resistance area became support and is now resistance again. Now this isn't perfectly on the dot where I can put a line in and we're just flopping back and forth right at 965, 970 here. Sometimes you've got to give these tickers that, again, that have run, you got to imagine $6 all the way up to 12. That's a 100% move essentially. It's going to have some, this isn't a $1 to 150 ticker. This hasn't moved just 30, 40, 50 cents on the day. This has moved $6 on the day. So you're going to have areas, not right on the dot, but areas. So area here would be 950 to 970 resistance becomes support, yet again then becomes resistance. Those pivot points, these key crucial supply demand areas, sandwiches as I call them, are key when it comes to stock trading, because you can not only get breakouts, you can get bounce plays, you can also get reversals and shorts. So there's 3 different ways to trade when you have sandwiches, these pivot points, these supply demand zones that get built in together. They're always a trade waiting to be happen. Whether it's a breakout, it's a bounce play, it's a short. That's why I love these pivot points when they get created. Patience, wait for them to form, put your lines in, and then go trade them. All right, cool. There's a couple of quick little lessons. For those guys over on TTP. All right, so we'll put this back over here for you guys in chat today. Boom, we'll put that there, and then this here, and then anything else, guys, you want to go over before I call it a morning? I just was coming back in here to chart that play for you real quickly, and of course record that for the traders over at Trade the Pool, and that will be posted by them, I should say. All right, cool. We good? All right. Any last questions you guys have for the day? MNTS, great bounce play. Again, would have liked to have gotten filled more shares there. I'll put the time in so you can see the time as well with the trade. We were in that trade, 42 after, 45 after. And then we finally bounced up there, and I was selling some, so I was overall in that trade for about 7, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 minutes, somewhere in there. Not long, but good enough, long enough. Waiting for my plays to come to me. Those bounce plays were great today so far. I say today, over the last few weeks, the bounce plays have just been absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Phenomenal. All right, I'm going to take the break for lunch. Of course, as always, be back here for a little pop in at lunch in a couple of hours, like a little about 2 hours from right now, see what we have moving, if there is anything moving, or we just died out and dead to the right from the small cap sector, then really kind of looking at large caps for the day. At that point, possibly And then, of course, afternoon commentary starting about an hour, hour and a half after that. So I'll have a quick little lunch briefing in about 2 hours, 2.5 hours, and we'll have that full afternoon commentary in just over 3.5 hours. So we'll go with a lunch briefing at around 1:30 p.m. Eastern. At 2:30. All right, I'll be back here, team, in about a little over 2 hours. I'm going to pop in and out of here, so I'm always here, just so you guys know. If you need to message me, you need to DM me, reach out any way you need to. I am out here all day long, you know, so don't think of it's just I'm on the live stream. That's the only time you have to talk to me. No, you can talk to me anytime you want. I'm here all day long, so don't be shy. Reach out to me if you need me. Otherwise, I will be back here in about 2 hours, a little over 2 hours for a lunch briefing, a little over 3 hours from right now for your afternoon commentary. Crazy to think, it's almost been a year since the first AKNR, the very first AKNR that I did. It's crazy. I cannot believe it's been a year since my first AKNR. It's just nuts. I'll see you guys back here again for lunch briefing, then afternoon commentary. Back in a bit, fam. we doing? Just go over these plays here real quickly with you guys. INBS, MNTS, VRME, TMD. These are your main movers as of right now. Just was going over and looking at stock rocks and what people are even talking about across different platforms. This is mainly the main ones. If there's a different ticker you want me to break down, you can. I'll break it down for you. I put the lines in. You just saw probably a second ago here. I don't know if I have any support resistance levels here for bounce plays. Resistance maybe right here. You know, there's not a lot of touching going on in a lot of these spots. Maybe have a line in at 110. I just like this downtrend channel. And you're just trading that. Bounce, resistance. You know, short, cover. Go long, buy, sell. Short, cover. Buy. And then eventually that trend's going to break. And you're going to either break this downtrend. We're going to pop back through the VWAP. And you're going to move back to 135, 140. For then another chance for that trade to go, hey, am I going to take a short there? Can. Pump potential for the short back down. Or the breakout in the long of it. You know, so there's those trades that's it. I doubt it does anything in my opinion. Volume is going to have to move back into one of these plays down below. As you can tell, these three bottom plays are just dying out. VRME, it's in a flat channel out to the right. I think every trader would know that this is the top of the resistance at 125. Have a line in at like 130, 135. And if you want one at high of day, I just don't. I just see more failing there, and I know that's there. So if I'm looking for a short up top, it needs to start at 133, 132 and run itself into 141. If you want to put a trend line here, you can, but it kind of broke it. Now it's more out to the right, like I said, in flat, where let's just say it's somewhere right around 113 is your bottom, 123, 122 is your top. And then volume is dead. Same here for MNCS, of course, more movement today overall is what I talked about earlier when we talked about getting a bounce play in about a 40, 50 cent area versus a VRME. You know, this is exactly what it would be a great example for that earlier, or if you're listening to that, where I was telling us, or did a little recap and a lesson on why we took the bounce play. I'm actually about to send that over to Trade the Pool. Anywho, but how we heard surrounded an area like a 50 cent area for the bounce play, where the bounces can come from. Why? It's moved from 6 to 12. That's 100% move. 6 to 12. That's $6. So the bounce plays area or resistance fail areas can come in a 20 to maybe 50 cent area, and you're trying to stab at it in those areas the best you can. This is one of those examples where this is went from from 40 cents to 140. It's only around $1, but it's still only $1. So its vicinity is maybe it can be no more than 5 to 10 cents. This coming from in market, which I know we can go back a little bit further, but still we'll say 60 cents earlier. But in market's the main thing. What have you done in market? And so you've gone from even pre-market, which I know you want to count that in pre-market, but you get my point. It hasn't moved much. You're talking 80 cents. You're talking maybe $1 there. Range 5, 10 cents. Maybe 15 at most. So if you're looking for a bounce play, like say on VRME earlier, for instance, you would say, okay, old resistance, new support. I see this earlier. They identified it for me. So I'm going to come in from 113 up to 117 for the bounce, right? That's what I would do. TMDE, if I was looking for a bounce play earlier, I'm trying to identify where there was a bounce play on the way up. There really wasn't one, but here, this is that kind of green to red to green move where we go for a little more. Wasn't much more, unfortunately, in this case. It lets me know, okay, there probably won't be a great bounce play there. If this was a green to red to green move and this runs up to 175 and then comes back down, and let's just say, for instance, that is the key juncture that was there, well, that's room to run. That's never going to happen. It just doesn't. These plays will run in that 10 to 15, 20 cent corridor. And they don't give you, well, that's why you don't see me trade these a lot of the time. That $1 area, they just don't move that much, generally, unless they go to 3 and then the 4 and the 5. And then, of course, then we're definitely trading those. But these that run, like I always talk about, this is that earlier on, hey, I need some help. I need to trade slower stuff. I'm trying to trade fast stuff. It isn't working. I'm over trading. Well, go trade something like these tickers. These two tickers right down here. MNTS, a little bit more advanced. Same thing with INBS. When these things get moving and they're now moving $5, $7, $10 in a day, that's a lot, and so the range is in, 30, 40, 50 cent, increments, so to speak. But right now, main levels are put in for INBS. You've got this, I forgot to put it. Oh, this is awesome. Cool. So I'm doing more stuff for Trade the Pool. So Trade the Pool, which is funny. Gil now, which she did verify, which I knew earlier now that she messaged me. So I'm doing lessons for Trade the Pool, like these little mini lessons, like I did for you earlier, 1 to 2 minute snippets. But then twice a week, they want me to do break down like what's the hot play for the day, like what's the small cap play to trade, shorting wise, or where do you want to buy with this is that stock to trade. I'll verify what the nitpicks of what she really wants me to say, but she wants to start with twice a week with that as well. Where twice a week I send them videos and just like mini lessons or my trades or just just things that they can post real quick, those quick shorts on YouTube. Those they when we did the year in review, they said those shorts were getting tons of views, and they're really going to focus me even more so because it then drives in more traffic. Their shorts were getting lots of views. Those shorts on YouTube that are like 1 minute long, 80 seconds long. Essentially anywhere between like 40 seconds to, we'll call it 100 seconds, somewhere in there. Those get a lot of hits. You don't want it too long, quick enough to get to the juice, and then like, oh, okay, I like that. So I got to send some of those in, and then now Gil wants me twice a week, and they want it in pre-market. So these are in pre-market. Top 3 stocks. That's so funny. Here we go. Okay, cool. So she sent me a link. So they want me twice a week then to also give them like, hey, here's what to trade today. I guess they're going to post that possibly, and then maybe share that then on like their live stream the days I'm not with them, or even if I am. But yeah, these are pre-market things they want me to do. So I'm like, heck yeah. I mean, sure. Sounds good. So kind of it's kind of like morning alerts almost in a way. They want me to say, hey, Josh, what to trade today, this week? What's looking good? Like a SIDU or a SOPA, something that's still running. Hey, this is up today and it could be the next new runner, or, like an INBS, which, would be maybe tomorrow I'd be talking about it or whatever. But this morning would have been an MNTS, which was a great breakout. We go back and look at MNTS this morning, and I talked about this. You put it in a 1 minute time frame. That wedge right there was getting tight. Now, it didn't work its way to the edge of it, but I am not kidding you, team. I have seen, unfortunately, you can't see it here. I'd have to, like, zoom out. I will go to here. I have seen wedges that have literally, and I'll zoom in like this, that have played out and played out and played out and played out all the way to the tippity tip right there. And then, of course, and you're just like, how is it still in this wedge? How are traders, but that's why you trade those the most, the ones that you see get respected. And this is a prime example of that, where you could see traders respecting levels, respecting lines. Now, it's not perfect in the end, but look how my old trend line here that we didn't ever, and I talk about this a lot to you guys, if we overextend off that trend line like this, and we're way up here, and we kind of form a new trend line. Oh, my thing's in the way up because I have it on top. I have a setting on it where it just sits there on top. And then you form this new trend line right there, which is usually a great AK-47 trend line crack. I just haven't been taking these, but in a 1 minute time frame wouldn't have been bad. Entry right around 10:05. I mean, that would have been great. That one huge death candle. Imagine getting. I mean, of course, that death candle is great. I just was seeing if entry was good, but I'd love to get back to this kind of head and shoulder on the trend line, right? Shoulder, head, shoulder over here, and kind of dribbling out at the end. I love that look. We'll get back to these again. These will work. This is typical 2020 for sure is when I was trading these finally. 21, 22, 23, 24. It was just essentially earlier this year. These just really slowly but surely stopped working. We don't see these forming too much or working. And this worked out great. But you can see how it respected. Let's just go back to this real quickly. This later on, especially in a larger time frame. But my point to this lesson, back to it, first trend line. And you overextend off of it and form a new uptrend channel. And you can tell right there we are forming one, right? Then it really starts to squeeze up. And then you could come in here and put in yet another trend line right there. I'll tell you something right now. When you come back down to these trend lines, they're not going to work that well. Now this one, let's go ahead and give it a love. Yeah, this is where we got into as well. I didn't really foresee this being a great trend line. Therefore, I didn't put it in. The reason I'm seeing it now is because I just saw it. I'm like seeing it with my eyes, and this is how I just laser them in. Like, oh damn, that worked out, perfectly. Later on to see how we overextend, but we form a new trend, and it actually respected it. But the bottom one is my point. We never respect the bottom one on the balance. So when you form this trend, and there's no one in this chat room. Listen to me right now. Hopefully there's, and again, that's why we try to come back and give you these guys mini lessons at lunch. You see this trend line. There's no one that doesn't see this nice tight wedge. And hopefully you see it now. And if you didn't see it this morning, well, there you go. It's a nice tight ascending triangle for the most part. You know, forms maybe even a pennant at the end with a little bit of a tip. But it is ascending, it is a triangle. And you squeeze off of that very first trend line, this bottom one down here, you'll never bounce on it. Very rarely. Very, very, very rarely. And then, yes, you'll form new trend lines. But this one's badass. This is the one we took. Again, top to bottom. You know, we'll call it best. You got about 80 cents out of it. It's a pretty good bounce play. It was the real, I mean, granted, in market, in my opinion, was the best bounce play of the day. And until you got to the very bottom in this 875 rule, which is funny. Back here, that's where I wanted the pullback, was back into this area for a dip buy. And that was my alert before the opening bell. Lo and behold, that ends up being the best dip of the day. And that's why I tell you guys, don't be scared to take dip buys below the VWAP. They're going to work out if you find the criteria in the area. And that works out from 870, we'll call it up to 10. You know, so essentially $1.30 or so. But overall, those are your levels, and that's kind of, and again, just that quick little lesson there too as well. When you start overextending and forming all these new uptrend channels, that bottom trend line, and that's what'll happen. And I go back and I see that now because again, granted, I laser stuff in, and that's why I like doing this stuff at lunch with you guys or afternoon commentary, which we'll go over and do this again in the afternoon with you guys that are still around. Got to remember that stuff, you know. So overextend off the first one. And we go all the way up, and I mean, you're talking the first one's 8 down here. You know what I mean? It's just not going to work. It's not going to bounce on it. Now, granted, we do go back and fail at it, which is cool to see. We do form a new uptrend channel. The mid guy here does see some respect later on. Does come into a great support area. You know, nice old supply area becomes new demand. Plus the VWAP's there, so we got a great hell of a bounce. I'm glad again, any of you guys that took it with me did. It was a great bounce play. And then at the bottom, which I wish I would have stuck to my original bounce that I did want to start the day at 875 essentially, and boy oh boy oh, baby girl, can you not just get comfy over there? Is he bugging you? Will you stop bugging my baby girl? Merlin. Bugging Margot, just like, leave me alone. Well, there goes the drop back and a quick sell-off there from VRME. So VRME, quick sell-off. And again, goes back to what I was talking about, hard to trade these shelf cracks here recently, or you know, you have a great shelf or trend or whatever you want to call it, and that first candle is boof all the way down here, and you're missing out on a lot of profit. Again, that trend line crack earlier with at least 1 minute candlestick confirmation on this uptrend channel. If I would have noticed it was working, again, I was in my long, and it's leading that pack and going live. You know, I need to start seeing that trend, and then boom, hey guys, again, when those especially are working again. So taking 2 edges, now I'm going to start using bounce plays forever, now that I know they just always really been working. So we'll get rid of the uptrend channels. I doubt we run into that one. I'll leave it in just in case. These are gone. No need to leave them in. There's your support resistance lines. VRME, not much of one really going on there. Again, same with TMDE. Seems like all your love is over on INBS. And again, maybe getting this little fish hook. You'll see this kind of somewhat of a cup and handle try to form. Maybe if it comes back up, could just regain the channel. Again, we can see the resistance line. I didn't make this that major. I made this one a little bit thicker. The thicker the line, the more, and I'll start doing that just so you guys know. The thicker the line, I'm sure you'll start remembering that. You know, it's going to be more prevalent. It's going to be stronger support or resistance. And it worked out pretty good. Not great, but it is working out. I'll move it up just a little bit more. You know, bot candlestick confirmation actually with the candles there in the 3 minute time frame. Shows a little bit more respect there. This still is on high watch, over 1525, like I have in the chat there for any of you guys just joining. 1650 area would be the next target. I just want to jump back on the mic here at lunch. Not a lot going. Oh, large caps too, dead out to the right. I say dead. Great moves earlier, but since I left, they have not done much. INBS would be your main mover, right? And again, when I talk about going back to this, so let's go put this. My ear is just itching now all of a sudden. Yeah, you gotta love when that happens in the middle of the stream. You gotta like dig into your ear, and it's like itching. You're like, oh my god, why are you itching? Hey, first off, great on MNTS and patience for the bounce play, and even one at the 875 mark. Go back and listen to that alert I said before the opening bell. I wanted 875 for a dip buy. Ended up being great. But I'm talking about the runners that come after the market opens. INBS. This is what I mean. This is where a lot of our in-market runners have come from. After the opening bell. It's just been a theme over the past month plus, and pay attention to that tomorrow. put that over in the Discord too as well, and then I'll put that over here. All right, any questions you guys have? Anyone that's around still? Any questions? Any wallflowers? So anyway, back to large caps real quickly before I wanted to move on from that. But I just wanted, I was like, oh yeah, shit, I want to talk about that. But PLTR, I mean, okay, not a bad move, you know, throughout the last few hours, but it's just really in a downtrend. Nice bounce play off of this kind of demand area. Underneath that, watch it come back down to low of day. So at least there's something to trade, knowing that we've held up right here at a nice, good demand area, support area, right? Under that, watch that to possibly hit that low of day opening bell. Just never really did much today. And even the trades and tickers that have, not TMDE, but yet Tesla, just in this channel. So this does have this little slow uptrend, you know, higher lows along the way. If you look where the bodies of the candles are confirming. So this definitely could still squeeze here. I talked about this earlier, tapping out somewhere around 458 and having some trouble, which it has. Over that could get another good leg up. Another good mover for the day was Meta. It's been, as you can see, a real choppy in a channel. Maybe possibly watch this back under 59.25 for the move down, but you got to worry about that juncture right there. On the way up, we're going to have some resistance really kicking in from 62 to 64, but over 64, it's got to have a $2 leg up to 666. Definitely take profit there at that number. Not a great number to have there. You know, the number of the whatever beast or whatever they call it. I just know we all know about 666. Say we all know about. Ugly chart on B. I really don't like B there that much at all. It's kind of an ugly chart. BABA too as well. Now I wouldn't mind a bounce play on BABA if you're looking to trade. I like, you know, somewhere in this area right through here, right? So you start orders in 54.25. Then you see old resistance, new support working out perfectly at 54, pretty much on the dot, a little bit below it. That would be your dip buy potential. On the way up here, resistance at 55.85. 55.85 area. Now, if it gets over that, now on the next leg up, where could it run to? Well, yesterday or Fridays, I should say, a double top high of day 56.60 or so. Go to keep going. AMD. Ooh, AMD good sell off there. So this had a good move over lunch. Did have a nice good shelf crack. Candlestick confirmed down here. Now we get in. Boom, boom. Now we ride it back on down. Is looking to start to reverse here on this MACD. Go to a little bit larger time frame. 10 to 15 usually is a better one to tell that. You can see here, I'll make the MACD a little bit bigger here. See how we failed there earlier on that. We're getting close to pulling back through. So if that does get through there, that's where you would really see most likely AMD get the continuation back on up. Can't wait for that 10-minute candlestick to confirm and get in would be the trade there. It's something I've taught the Mafia one. That's how he trades that a lot in these large cap tickers. And then you're going to take that. Of course, this is going to be your first key area. But if that, you know, you get over that, then you're working back into this floor, into this area. You know, this is that make or break. If we get back through this, then it has a real good shot to see a huge U shape and a red to green move for the day. I doubt it happens. Just volume right here is decayed out real quickly over the last half hour to hour or two, as you can tell here. Really from this candle onward, that little almost doji candle, doji star there. A little bit of increase on the sell-off here, but there's not a lot of buying action coming in. So just one of those things to keep an eye on, though. One of the things to keep an eye on there. Apple, maybe that little boot hill H shape, you know, if it comes back down, look for one more bottoming out. You'd like to see a couple of candles down there hold up and then get the crack. You don't want to just crash right through. We'll see if it forms. We'll see, wait how it gets to see how it gets there. Right now, they're already holding up, so it would not look that good. You know, you'd kind of want it to come down and these candles be here and then you're loving, you're licking the lips, you're just salivating for the short. So I like if this was down here, leveling up with this, and was doing this down here. There's just kind of a breakdown on some plays. SPY just ugly out in kind of a choppier sideways channel, consolidating really since the opening hour of the day. It started to consolidate from 58, 59 for the most part. Really hasn't seen even above 59.90, 80s that much really, right? So capping out there around the 875 rules I talk about, you see that just so often throughout, the chart from small cap to large cap, $100 to $800, doesn't really matter. All right, I'm going to jump back off here and take a break, go get some lunchies, throw back some jams on for you guys. You have the levels out there and where to trade. You see the heavier levels. This level could come up. I'll just even actually move it right there. I feel a little bit yummier about that area. Now, you could even have a line in right here. Now, if you want to go a little bit more nitpicky and throw like a skinny line in around 1125, low 11s, 1120 area is my point. I got it. I can feel it. I see it. I'm fine with that. But those would be the lines that I'd be looking at right there, and that's it. So don't overline your chart. Overline your chart, you can't see the trade. You can't fill it out. You get too lined up. All right, I'll be back here. Let's see here. Back in about 1 hour for afternoon commentary. All right, we'll be back here in just a bit, team. afternoon commentary for just a few minutes with you guys. Here we go. Boom. Starting right now. Let's see. What is the offering price on MNTS? $540. Let's see here. So we had that offering at $540. $540 for MNTS. We'll see if it gets down there. I don't know if it's going to get down that far. It could. Consolidation. 2 hours now. All right, so really there's the main things there. So JCSC there, you got that pullback, a lot similar to earlier spike up and a channel wedge sideways consolidation for a good 30 minutes, an hour, however, I say an hour, but it wasn't up there for almost an hour. It was up there for a while, 45 minutes. Then got the big red candle. This one was more of a same thing, but it consolidated up a little bit more. This one did consolidate up a little bit, but this one had a little bit more of a trend line to it, as you can tell. And then again, there's a big red death candle. This one did not hold the VWAP earlier in the 5-minute time frame after about 10 minutes, which it took about 15-20 minutes and it finally cracked. So we'll give it some time here and see if we get the same result from earlier. Here we are live MNTS. Again, I was saying maybe it could maybe see the low 6s, but it's just one of those things where this comes out late in the day. There wasn't a lot of volume there, so a lot of traders aren't going to know that there's even an offering. Like if they were still long, they may be like out wherever, like not even paying attention to the chart right now. And so it's one of those things where if it happens earlier in the day or in pre-market after hours, usually pre-market into the opening bell first couple hours of the day, then you get more of a sell-off and a lot of panic. Definitely we'll see a dip by what you're seeing kind of right now. A lot of traders that are sitting there day trading this going like, ooh, didn't sell off right away. They start, coming in and getting this a buy back up into the $8 area where we did just crack from. Large cap still same thing from when I left you guys. Really nothing has changed too much in the large cap sector. SPY in a slow downtrend overall, really just playing a little overall of a downtrend. Tesla still consolidating out to the right. Never really broke out. Just kind of going through a lot of these large cap tickers. Really not a lot of... Apple did continue to actually had a pretty good dump today. Apple had a pretty good dump today. Nothing from last time I saw you on AMD. It's still sitting out sideways in that channel. BABA did return back on up, like we talked about, moving its way on up. Did get a short, at that 150. So that one's been nice. BABA on the way back on up today. So let's get rid of VRME. It's ugly as can be. Go to BABA here. This is not exactly kind of what we were looking for earlier. Not bad, not bad. Whoopsie, whoopsies, whoopsies. All right, had to move back in at today's open price. Did get the reversal. And then boom, right back on up for more once you broke out of it. So that's what I was saying earlier, looking for, remember, possible trades. I don't think that B had any. Yeah, it was kind of dead and out to the right a little bit. Not a lot there. Had a kind of a double toppy look. Not a lot there to it, but about almost $1.75, maybe possibly. There was a big spike earlier on this morning. It's been out to the right. Google, we talked about this earlier on in the morning, which we didn't quite get the double top look on it. Once there, and it just really has been this higher low pattern. Forming an M shape, does have this downtrend, does have a little bit of support down below. But again, you can get my point. Not a lot of movement there. Not a lot of good movement here through after you get that first hour of the day. And then SPY. Again, here's just kind of your overall downtrend look on it as we progress through it. Whoa. Jerry, right? You come in here, put your lines in. basing off of this guy right there. It might be expand. No, it's good. That's good. That's good. That's pretty. There you go. There you go. And there's your downtrend channel for the SPY. Nice, beautiful consolidation channel here. INBS still just sideways right now. It just shows you, too, the market we in. I mean, we're still getting good shorts. And some days we're getting some sell-offs. Oh, what was that one? GWH? I don't remember which one. We've had a couple here and there where you see them dump off and they die off. But we're not really getting a lot of that. And it's just my point. CETX, I think it was a couple weeks ago. Whenever it was, I remember it came out with an offer and it didn't even kill the play for the day. Same thing here for MNTS. Comes out with an offering. That's why I said over the Discord, and even jokingly with you guys. Both are going to be back. I hope you enjoy the holidays. Oh, yeah, for sure. Oh, yeah, for sure. Sid, you have an offering too. I mean, we've seen a lot of those. Hopefully you're doing good, Bothy. Oh, yeah, man. Kidding me? Love the holidays. Love the days off. You know, my team's got victories. You know, got the Broncos, got the victory. Hogs getting victories. Yeah, I noticed that when we get in certain periods of whatever space we get in for the stock, for whatever reason, you know, we just get in these different phases. And right now, it's just been that way since September. Well, it's actually been that way. Let's just be honest, since since the whole Tradecaster breakup. I remember the week I went to Colorado. Again, I was that 1 week I took off in June to go to Colorado. It was kind of spicy. I know there was one day I remember logging in. Anyway, I just was like, oh, it's kind of spicy this week out of nowhere. Okay. And then it stayed that way up until, of course, I just started doing my own thing in July. It got even hotter into August. And so, July, August was hot. I mean, of course, then it blew the cap off in September with all those plays. And so we kind of were working now. And it felt like we're kind of working our way back to the backside of this. And then usually a lot of the time when you have that first spike up, you're working your way back down, maybe a little bounce. And this is kind of feels like where we're at in that bounce and move back up. But we've been hot, right? So just think of a ticker that runs up and then starts to come back on down. We're not in that space where we come all the way back down. We've seen that in the past. Like I've seen it where it's slower than it. Like say we're slow. Back in November when it was super slow. Let's go back in previous time where it was real like 22, like 2020 into 2021. I remember I talk about this all the time. Late 2021 into 2022, it got slow. And I remember Melissa Piker, I forgot what her last, because it was PKR was her last name. I guess it was Piker maybe. Anyway, whatever. She was, when the small cap's going to come back? Okay, because that's when Deck went to doing large caps and options. And I was like, I'll take on small caps. I'm not going to leave you guys, because that's under never forget Love Chip if he was listening right now. He's not, but he was one of them. He was like, you better not leave us, because even J Trades left small caps. And even to this day, I hound J Trades like, when you come, and he never will, I guess. But he left trading small caps. A lot of people did, because it got really slow. I managed to be super successful in 2022 trading small caps. Well, then like everyone else, like, all right, I'll try the large cap thing, and worked out fine. But it was so slow in the small cap space still for the most part into 2023. So point being, there was that stretch for about a year and a half or so where it wasn't that hot. And like even into 23, it wasn't that hot. And there would be like a play that would come along. I remember there was one in February of 2022, and it was a mambo jumper. It was a medical kind of play. It went from like 15 to 150 or something. It went crazy, but we just never jump started stuff. You can go back to HKD. I mean, you can even go back to HKDs of the world, this is not a reverse split. Still to this day, I cannot believe they haven't reverse split this thing, which is just absolutely phenomenal. They have not reverse split this yet. And they should have, I guess, done it back then. I guess they haven't really had spikes since to do it. And why? I guess you would have offering, but they didn't anyway. This is no lie. This is a new IPO play. Yeah, right. And then it sent off other ones like SHPH. And this has been reverse split since. And I traded this play because this was a new IPO play because then it got you. And that was the trend from early August for like 2 weeks. It was hot as fuck. Then just died out. And then the 1st of September, like this year, it went crazy. And then it died out. And every time that would happen, like it just there were multiple times that year where I was like, it never jump started for a long period of time. For whatever reason, and it's been that slow progress. Again, if you think about it, go back to June. That was the second full week of June, like June 10th, 12th, 13th, 14th, somewhere in there, 8th, 9th, 10th, somewhere in there. That's when it started getting hot and really got slowly but surely, right? And then woof into September where the stock just blew up. So imagine a stock that was like $3 or $4 or $5, and then so we take that as June into August. Figuratively, we go from 450 to 10. Well, no, but you get my point. I don't think over 3 months, but think of a stock in one day. A stock goes from 450 to 10, and then the next day, well, you get my point. Well, usually first day runners go from we'll call it 10 to 30. So the first day it goes from 10 to 30. After hours, it explodes to 50. The next day it goes from 50 to 1. You get my point. And that's how we were from the first stage of June. Slowly ramped up. The play was getting hotter and hotter and hotter, and then really exploded and blew its top off in September. And then now we're coming back down October, November. We're coming back off of those highs in early October, late September. And we're coming down through November. And now we're bouncing up late because you go to SMX. It was the Wednesday before Thanksgiving with SMX. And that's when SMX blew up here. It was the Wednesday before. And like how many times that been? This is that one that's been reverse split and was like 500 something million. Anyway, but that's when this started exploding. So then boom, and this created that kind of second wave and bounce. You've seen like SMX do this, right? Or you've seen a lot of plays do this, right? We know SMX, we've seen this multiple, right? So this is kind of right here where we're at. So this would be a good example. Here is June, July. Now it's hot, still hot. June, July, August, and then September, October, and then here's October back now into November. And now we're into early December, and then late November, early December, and then boom, we're right back on up. And this is kind of us now. And so plays are just holding up even after an offering, Fucking CR traders old. I don't know if he meant. I just now seeing this and looking at going back up to Discord here. MNTS where it's at. MNTS for the offering, and then IMBS for all over the two plays. But I guess CR trader. I don't know if he traded MNTS, but was saying, oh, okay, there we go. Oh man, that's hilarious. He was like, it's hilarious. He gets so excited. He was like, you alert the wrong ticker. I've been there a lot of times. That happened like too many times on Tradecaster. AK, you mean this play? Oh yeah, my bad. I can't tell you how many times I've alerted a play I'm in another play. So many times on Tradecaster. Or even, of course, in talking about one. Like, dude, you're on the one. Proceed. It's hilarious. That is awesome. Yeah, Parks and Rec was great. I don't know if you guys ever watched Parks and Rec. Of course, we were just talking about that on, was it Christmas now? I guess we're talking about that on Christmas. Of course, it's a bunch of old people. They just talking about, oh, back in the day. Of course, they were joking when they were saying that. Just had, your 3 or 4 stations you could pick up with an antenna. Lucky if you got more than that. It's crazy where Just it's changed. You don't go no. Does it? I mean, what's on? I don't even know what's on network television anymore. Avery's had always got it on Netflix or Amazon Prime or what. It's always on a streaming service. But that was the last, in my opinion, the last of good network television. Was like the early 2010s, 2015. Even for SNL, that almost was like almost the describer of when SNL really took the shitter. Because I would say if you look at the cast into 2013, 14, SNL was really good. With Bill Hader and Fred Armisen, and I don't think Amy Poehler already left to go do Parks and Rec at that point, probably. But Jason Sudeikis was probably still on there, I think. It was solid. Andy Samberg and doing all the goofy shit he did. But yeah. Once that fell, but there was a lot of good shows. I mean, How I Met Your Mother, Big Bang Theory. That was the last network television where it was really good anymore. But yeah, even TV or movies, if you think about it. I mean, movies anymore, hey, oh my, it's hardly ever run across a good one. Of course, there are just so many out there across the board. I was reading something too, I forgot how I ran across this article that had to do with someone that works in the field, but now they're all dispersed, so many, so you don't get a lot of people. Like back in the day, you would have like the people that worked on like these Indiana Jones movies. I'm just going to Spielberg movies, but you go to a lot of these great movies, there wasn't a million movies made across. Like you think about when you go to Netflix or how many movies are out and being released all the time. Like I hadn't seen that. They're in this. What the fuck? When was that released? What's this movie? And then all these movies. So there's no one really gets good in crafts. They're always here, there. And then, to me, they don't get to work with the really good people. Eventually, a lot across the board. And so you're just working on, no offense, but a lot of these movies are just trash. They're trash. There's a lot of trash out there. The neighbor was just watching one earlier. What she just had on, we were all like, what are you watching? She's like, I'm like, and like she says, and I said, oh, I find the good ones, babe. I'm like, you do? Oh, man. But yeah, anywho. It used to, you would work in those certain studios, and I wish Ashi Chick was around. She would know what I'm talking about. Now they're just, you don't really get a lot of that like this, like here at Tradecaster, blah 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 blah. And it was good, but then there's like my Discord and me going live of really diving in and helping you and honing in on what you're good at, and then even on top of that, just being just great, alerts and ahead of time in trades from across the board for myself, CR Trader, and then building that community. It's like working for, MGM, I don't know, something back in the, I don't know, all the studios, I guess it was maybe different studios that Spielberg worked with, and all the different great directors and writers and producers, etc. Anyway, back to this Veda, and if you're still listening both, we're in round 2. I think we'll get a round 3 even, maybe possibly into March, where we kind of die off again, maybe the end of this month, front of February, when earnings reports come around, kind of like the last time around when those came around, and we died off in large cap or small caps. We died off big time here when the earnings report came out late October and November. That's when the small caps died off. I could see that late February. I guess that'd be late mid. I think it's early mid. Whenever earnings starts, it's coming up soon. Late January, early February. We have earnings around the corner very soon. Q4s are coming up, and so that's when I could see small caps dying off again. End of February, we have another holiday too, which we have a couple coming up. One in Monday after next, I think, and then MLK Day and President's Day. And then maybe point being mid to late March into early April, kind of like mid to late November into early December, we'll get another spike. So I could see it being hot for another month or less, dying off for a little while, and then mid-March to late March getting one more round like this, like here, and then honestly maybe that trend changes to where mid to late summer, we get into fall is my point. We're in this mode, literally, as you can see the months there, but you get my point. The months right now, but next year, and we're back to trends are forming, and they're forming trend lines, and trend line cracks are working nicely, and then you're getting good trends forming over hours that you can trade them, and they work their way through other areas and not reversing on you before and trades that work out. Now right now, a lot of good trades are if you find the top and you can trade those and letting those work out, or of course, like we've talked about, bounce plays. A great couple of bounce plays today. Really only one good one in my opinion on INBS here earlier, and then since then you had one, you had this good corridor here for bounces up top. So you've had 2 bounce areas today on it, which is good. And then you had 3 today really on MNTS. I won't count anything in pre-market. We'll just go from Bell. this one that we took. Then, of course, at 875 when that did alert. And that didn't work out again kind of in this area. It would have taken some profit, obviously, before, the haul or the haul with the offering. So bounce plays are working, and they're working for a long period of time, and that's what I want. At least for 5, 10, 15 minutes, which is huge. Love it. Both of these still here. Yep. I'm about to head into a meeting. Then we all should watch Weapons. It's the greatest, worst movie. I think that's the one. Yeah, I've seen it. No, we've seen that. It's definitely, I've seen it. Oh, bro, I've seen them all. I say I've seen them all. This girl right here. We don't watch like a lot of the movies that go out to the theaters. We watch a lot of those ones that are put on Netflix or Prime. And yeah, Sinners is one, or not Sinners. Sinners was another good one. I think that did go to theaters. I'm pretty sure it made a lot of money. It's really good too. A little different. But yeah, Weapons is, yeah, it's good, but it's that bad. It's weird with the kids running away. Yes, that one was, and what was going on there. Yeah, that one was, yeah, that was a different one. I mean, that's where that's where a lot of the movies are at now. A lot of mental stuff too, like a lot of the ones we've watched. Like there was one with Avery where they, like I was talked about it, like essentially it's like Not a Creature Stirs or something like that, and it's based at Christmas, and a mom's with her daughter, and it's like blizzard, and they're snowed in with like 5 feet or whatever of snow, and it's just like you can't go out, and some weird clips of like what's going on, like you can tell there's something going on, you don't know what. Then someone breaks into the house, and they're trying to get out of the blizzard because they got caught out with their car, and they're trying to find something in the house. They just like, actually all the lights were off. We thought maybe y'all were gone. And funny, weird scene there, right? And then ends up, point being long story short, where they start noticing like this, why does the daughter trap? They keep the daughter's trapped in a room, like with a key at certain times, and certain things they look like they're seeing like porcupines, and they're like, why are we seeing the porcupine? And then all of a sudden there's a porcupine like monster, and they got one of the guys that breaks in. We gotta get in. They're freaking out. And you're like, what the fuck is going on with this movie? And the thing's rolling around the house, yada yada yada. It's kind of freaking you out. Long story short, I'll just give this shitty movie away. And you've noticed the girl before. She's been in stuff. The main girl. The point being, they cut back to a scene, and the people that broke into the house were people that she was at a party forever ago, like in the 90s, it seemed like, and she was doing like drugs, and there was a girl and a guy, and the girl was like, no, don't go, and the guy was like, yeah, I want to go, I want to do it, and she's like, no, don't sin, you shouldn't do it. And then he goes in, and then he overdoses, and you see him die, and then the girl, I forgot what happens. I think maybe she kills the girl too, but I forgot what happened. And so, and then I'll cut to chase, because even the girl tries to, in the movie that you're watching, the girl, even just to make it longer, the girl tries to go in and break the girl out. The daughter is like, starts turning this like porcupine beast too, and you're like, what's up with this porcupine? You're going like, this family there's some beast thing going on, like this is why they have her locked up. She turns into this porcupine monster of some sort. That's why the Not a Creature Stirs. So at the end of the movie, you finally see the mom comes to everything, because she comes out and there's police there, and there's ambulance, and the daughter. And what happened was the people that she thought she saw were not there the whole time. She even like got dinner for them, and what she was doing was locking her daughter up and like poisoning her for no reason, because the mom was fucked up out of her mind all the time, didn't know what she was doing. And her daughter was the one, instead of people breaking out, her daughter was the one trying to get out, and she broke anyway, and she killed the daughter. Like, and then you see the daughter dead, and like the whole thing had been her brain, like, because she's on drugs, I guess, essentially. And I've seen a lot of that where people are either on drugs, and they're seeing things that they're not seeing, or these mental health issue type movies, or that's what it comes to at the end. They just don't make them like they used to. So that sounds like a crazy ass movie. Oh, girl, I'm telling you right now, if you're into those weird, like Avery is into those weird movies, Not a Creature Was Stirring. Yeah, you go watch this right here. Go watch this just to go. You go watch this. I'm telling you right now, because this is the girl. I've noticed her. I know she's been in stuff before. This is another good one, actually, on. Well, I forgot what it's on. I think it's free. This movie's pretty good. And there's a second one that just came out, Influencer, and there's Influencers. So the first one came out in 23. The other day, it's Influencers, and we put this on. Avery's like, "Oh, I've seen this," and we put it on. It's like, "Oh, I haven't seen this one. It's a lot like the last one because it's the same girl. She has that birthmark on her face, and that's a real birthmark. She's so pretty, but like imagine having that. There's like a big thing about why she didn't get it removed, and she's beautiful. She's gorgeous, but it's weird in the movie too how they do that. Like, no offense, someone would say something about the birthmark. It's just never mentioned in the movie. They just make it sound like she's just this most beautiful, gorgeous. She doesn't have the birth. I'm like, oh, yo, you gotta. That's a big birthmark. But it's fucking awesome. She's such a good actress. So is this blonde girl. She's in both of them. Point being, we put it on. She's like, and then I look it up. Like, oh no, you did see the first one. This is the second one. She's like, oh fuck yeah. Well, let's go watch the first one again. You need to watch it. She's like, doesn't she leave her at an island? And she's like, anyway, it's funny. And so then we go back. Anyway, so we got to go watch the first one, watch Influencer, then watch Influencers. It's pretty good. It's fun. It's crazy. It's actually pretty fun and crazy. There's some other ones that we watch. There's so many. There's some I can be like, I will go watch that. That's good. All right, so INBS turning over here, cracking through. Support channel crack here. There you go. There's the shelf crack here for INBS. Nice, good shelf crack right there. Finally coming on down. Probably could have gotten a good entry there in the 1 minute time frame. There you're confirming outside of it at 1288. The first channel right there coming on down. I love it right there. So over the last, 15 minutes, candlestick confirmed. That ended up being a good short op right there for the move down. Bouncing off the line. Coming back up, then failing, reversing back on down. You can see it a little bit more cleanly in the 3 minute time frame, but working out. And that's what I say, put the lines in and trade them, and you can go for long and or short. Of course, the bounce here at the 1210 area, reversing back off the the 13, the 1290 old support area. Forms that little boot heel that I was talking about earlier, where you come down, that little H shape that J Trades always talks about. And like I said, MNTS and just that's it. It's back on up. MNTS still in play. I know if I'd have nightmares. That's so funny. Yeah, I never have nightmares. Mine are always good dreams. They're weird. They're a little all over the place. They're pretty vivid, too, because my mom's always like, most people don't remember their dreams, especially that vivid as you do. But, yeah, I remember my dreams really vivid. Like, they're like... And even here's what's crazy, Sailing Girl. I do have movies. Feels like it. I do have dreams. Feel like movies. I have dreams that are so vivid that I don't want to be a part of. Like, usually the ones are... anymore will be like something's up with Avery and I can't get a hold of her. She's leaving me. I'm trying to find her and she won't tell me why, or she just like in it, like, and if I do see her, I just don't like you. We just aren't meant to be I don't know, just something stupid, right? Just something weird. And I immediately in those dreams, I will literally, I can't think of other ones that I know. That's one of the ones, but I'll be like, get up, get out. This is a dream. Like in my dream, I'm literally physically telling her, mental what I'm like, get out of this dream, get out of it. And I'll wake myself up. And usually most times I look over and there she is. She's snoring past the hell out. But those, I don't have nightmares. I have some good dreams. And then here's one, of course, I brought this up recently, like Mitchell, my friend that passed away. I probably spent more time with Mitchell than he's top. I'd say, now Avery, but I would say Avery, my mom and dad. Outside of that, I would say I've spent more time with Mitchell than anyone else in this world. Of course, now he's not here, but sad, sucks. But yeah, like I'll have dreams with him. Like I just had one again the other night with him. I have a lot of dreams with him. It was good stuff. Never bad. Usually going from one thing to the next. The worst ones I ever have it's always when I know I'm flying sometime soon, and I'll have like when I'm like the money show. I don't have anything coming up anytime soon for me flying, but I'll have like right when I know I'm flying, I'll have these dreams of like It's like the plane will do shit that it should. We're flying, like in the dream, I'm flying, I'm in the plane, I'm in riding passenger, right? And the plane will do shit that it's not supposed to do. It's like some like fighter fucking jet. And then it like it crashes but doesn't crash, like you're going in for a crash, but it never crashes really, and we're always fine. And I'm always trying to wake myself up out of those. I'm like, oh boy, not this shit again. This is like, these are really, but never like a scary people coming after me or porcupines or any of that shit. Never superhuman dreams either. It's not like I'm out there fucking, doing Power Ranger shit or G.I. Joe stuff, hanging out with Transformers. Never that. It's just like normal. It's almost like I'm reliving past things or things that I never did, but with those humans. Well, and then sometimes some made up ones. Like there'll be like people in the dream where I'm like, and they have like a full face. And I'm like, who is this person? I've never seen them before. And I can't really remember, you kind of remember, like what they look like, but not fully. I remember the dream. All of some were celebrities that are in there. It's just normal stuff. It's not like we're doing anything, really. It's just like normal, what I've done in my life stuff. MNTS definitely going to be on High Watch tomorrow. INBS. This one's on make or break, in my opinion, if we have like a multi-day watch on this. Because this was, don't forget, last Friday's runner. Or Wednesday. It was my Friday. That we took a good long on it. Ended up running. So, INBS, great. So INBS coming down a little bit more now here, team, in this nice, beautiful ascending now, or I should say descending flag here. So you can just see over and over and over where we just keep bear flagging. Beautiful move on the way down. Major support right here is at that 1020 mark. So I do imagine that still holds up for a potential bounce play. MNTS is going to be on watch tomorrow. Now we're going to have this old floor 850 and 875 resistance for sure. But once we move through that and move back up to the VWAP, it's going to be like nothing happened. And a lot of traders won't even know it happened. I promise you that. There are, no offense, but like Ross Camerons of the world, Sean Deckmars of the world, I bet a lot of them, maybe that do kind of tune out later in the day, possibly a lot of the time, don't even know that this happened, if they're gone. I know there are a lot of early on, pre-market early, like Hamilton, Daza, when you see him in chat. We got a lot of traders that just trade that opening bell first hour of the day and then they're gone. They'll have no idea when they come back at the end of the day and they look at that chart, unless they look at it like I would, just because I have that due diligence of like, that doesn't look right. That's odd. Like, and anytime I do see that, I immediately just press the end button for news to see. I'm like, yep, okay, cool, got it. All right, questions? Any last questions you guys have for the day? I'm about to call it for myself. Any good? We good? Sailing Girl, Veda, no, Veda and both came over kind of right out of the gate. So key levels here for INBS moving forward, at least for the day. That 1020 mark is going to be very crucial. That was really the nice last bit of essentially crack area from last Wednesday when we did die off. Didn't do anything really Friday. All good. 11 or that 1020 mark is going to be key. Now moving forward for the rest of the day, MNTS, it's even still, in my opinion, it's almost like nothing happened, where we fell off from to where we currently regained back to. So this play is definitely going to be on watch tomorrow. We've just seen a lot of these multi-day runners here. Now you can see here already for MNTS, it's kind of been U-shaping there at the bottom of the chart already, which is a good sign for this ticker. That 52-week low mark too as well, but it's already been kind of U-shaping back on around. Now giving us that good push for the day. Been the theme here for the past month or two. Multi-day runners. And then the other plays that pop up later after the opening bell. Happened again today with INBS. usually ends up being the better, more elongated runner most of the time. Large cap plays really just out to the right. Out to the right. Wow. IMBS just dying off right there. Would not have expected this much of a die-off. Now, we have seen a little bit of that there. Of course, you go back just to IMBS last Wednesday. It did something similar. It's dying off a little bit more, but you can see it did have this die-off here. This one starting about the same time, too. If you look at what time this one's starting about the same time, having that die-off effect. So let's see if we have that continuation. Questions. Wrapping things up now that we get the die off there. And there goes MNTS. So it's like nothing happened. There it is, back up to the 875 area. Beautiful there. Beautiful. I don't think we really have too much else to cover and go over. I'll go back and look at scanners here one last time for the day. I know I'm not trying to get all creepy with you guys. Just looking. It's like these scans are like there's so many different scanners on these guys. Yeah, no, we're good. All the other plays are they're just so slow right now. Boy, SMXT, I forgot about that one this morning. That one was up, right back on down. Didn't really do much after that. Yeah, we're all over it. Q, okay, I'm calling it for the day, team. Calling it for the day. Thank you again for the ones that joined this afternoon. Rewind the stream, of course, even going back at lunch and timestamp it from when I said I was live earlier at lunch. You know, essentially right at 1:30 Eastern, I went live. Beautiful breakdown on trades. MNTS, how to put lines in, trend lines, support lines, resistance lines. That's the stuff you guys need to be doing every single day when I'm done or without me, you know, when I'm not going live at lunch, when I'm, you know, you're bored or it's slow like right now and you're just kind of watching the chart and you're just not really seeing anything that you would trade or you just don't trade this time of the day. You have to, at some point in the day, go break down you have to break down charts. And I mean, a fruition of it, you know, you definitely want to have a chart that's been played out for an hour, hours, I should say. So that's why it's always good to do it later in the day after you have 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10 hours of chart. Then you really can break down. You can really see exactly what the play does, you know, and then that gets your brain and your mindset ready for the upcoming trades, upcoming future moves, charts that will form, pictures that are going to be painted, you know, in front of your eyes. Now you'll be a little bit more prepared. All right, cool. I will put music back up for after hours in here in just a minute. Otherwise, we know the levels to use for the rest of the day. I'll put that out there again for you guys just so you have it. MNTS VWAP is key. Over that, then up to 10. If that, reclaim, she can go. IMBS has to hold 10-20 area. If so, for move. Whew. Hey. Whew. Hey. IMBS severe sell off right here. No news. Oh, no, yeah, it's on that second. They put out an offering already. There's another player that put out an offering. Or private placement, private placement, private placement. Very similar. Not great. Okay. So keep an eye on those plays. They've definitely been hot here recently, it seems like, too, as well. All right, cool. All right. I'm out for the day, team. Have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled day. Here is my MNTS trade earlier in the morning, right after the opening bell, looking for a balance play. We killed it. Just taking it slow and steady and easy with you guys. Would love to get some bangers like this short right here. You know, we'll start getting some more of these, I know, again soon. This is an absolute banger and just a nasty sell-off. Just getting in with momentum there as we break structure on the way down through these support areas. You know, first this one, then this one, and now we really don't have a lot of support. Like I said, there was one area right there at about 11:30, 20 to hold it up. It didn't hold up, so now it goes down for more. I'm going to throw the James back on up here in just a second, team. I'll see you guys in the morning. I will be around for, of course, power hour and after hours, checking on charts, seeing what these tickers do. Of course, checking on new tickers and after hours to see if we get to spiking. Follow Stock Rocks on YouTube for free. After hour scanners, that's what I use. Stock Rocks. There's the dog shaking. There's the collar whacking. See you guys in the morning. Unless I pop back on this afternoon because we get something to rip. Oh boy, oh boy. I'll see you guys in the morning.
neither comforting nor gentle. They watch, they summon, they demand, half lament, half threat, a call to a ritual. No one, 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 no one. Corrosion, neither comforting nor gentle. They watch, they summon, they demand. Half lament, half threat, a call to a ritual. No one, 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 no one. Corrosion, neither comforting nor gentle. They watch, they summon, they demand. Half lament, half threat, a call to a ritual. No one, 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 no one.